Thursday night football. The Cincinnati Bengals pull off the upset at home with a 2-point win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Joe Flacco going off in this game for 342 yards and 3 touchdowns, led Cincinnati down the field on the final drive of the game, down 1, setting up a game-winning field goal with under 10 seconds to play. The Bengals send Pittsburgh to 4-2, which is still first place in the AFC North, but not the lead that maybe they were hoping for over Baltimore. And Cincinnati now is at 3-4. There was a report last night that Joe Burrow is on track to return, but not still until mid-December, if the Bengals are even still in contention by that point. Elsewhere around the NFL, Tom Pelissero reporting that Terry McLaurin is expected to miss another week this Sunday with a quad injury. He's already missed a couple of games in a row. Baseball last night. More playoff action in the championship series. The Blue Jays even up the series. All the road teams have won that series so far. Blue Jays win 8-2 over Seattle, 2-2 in games. Dodgers take a 3-0 series lead over the Brewers with a 3-1 victory. Tonight, both those series in action again. Blue Jays-Mariners is the early game tonight. 6:08 is first pitch, and then Brewers-Dodgers game 4 is tonight at 8:38. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
We've had some good moments, but I also want to kind of look under the hood a little bit more and making sure that we've got everything underneath in terms of the foundation.
These windows, there was about a 2 or 3 year window with Buffalo. Maybe it's closed.
Now it seems like there's a regression that's taking place, and it could be because of what you just said. He's bereft of weapons. He's trying to play hero ball again because he knows if he doesn't do something, they ain't going to win.
Sitting at 4-2 going into a bye week. You know, at any point you can have a winning season, you know, almost halfway through the year. I know we're not quite halfway, but I think you'll take those odds.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe. Owen Parker on the stream and Joe Kelly producing. Rocking a Friday here. It's going to get warm today. It's going to be chilly this weekend. It's a good time for the Bills to be on a bye week because if they were home, Sunday might be a washout. Could rain quite a bit on Sunday. But temperatures 70s the weekend through Saturday and Sunday. And it's Friday, Football Friday, even though the Bills do not play this week, still Football Friday. And it's brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino, call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's hometown fuel. Game day ready since 1922. How much of the game did you watch last night?
I fell asleep in the second half, but luckily I have the system where I can just turn it back on at some point in the second half. So I watched like the fourth quarter.
Gotcha.
This morning, so I saw it.
I made the call.
I saw the comeback. I saw the old man duel back and forth. You couldn't have got better.
The Icy Hot Bowl.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, the two quarterbacks showed up for it, for sure. That was not a boring game by any means. That was scoring. And really, Thursday Night Football all year has actually been pretty darn great.
It has been a good run of Thursday Night Football, yeah. And the Bengals and the Steelers, they're 27 points combined in the fourth quarter of this game. Yeah. The Bengals are down 10-0. They win 33-31 with Joe Flacco. And now we see why Mike Tomlin was so mad that the Bengals got a starting quarterback in a trade from the Browns.
Uh-huh. Well, he just decided not to try and cover those receivers, I guess.
Yeah.
There was a weird halftime interview where he was talking about stopping the run.
Yeah, he was asked what they have to do to stop Chase and Higgins and said, we have to stop the run.
Right. Great.
Yep.
Real smart dude over there that knows what he's doing.
Boy, it's tough. It is really tough what's going on in Pittsburgh. They're going to win their 9-10 games, make the playoffs.
Yes, they are.
And they're going to get waxed in the playoffs. Absolutely waxed.
By a quarterback that's better than Joe Flacco.
It's one of those spots where the spread for their first playoff game, I don't care if it's at home or where it is, the spread should be 13.5 no matter who they play.
I'm not sure it's going to be. I'm not sure it's going to be at home.
It might not.
I thought about taking Baltimore to win the division. It was still almost even money, though. That's why I didn't. But why was it almost even money? Because they expect Pittsburgh was going to have a game like that. And that's with the games they have coming up. They play Green Bay, Indianapolis, the Chargers, and the Bengals again in their next 4, and then it's Bears and Bills. Like, their next 6 games are really tough. Like, the easiest game would be the team they just played, who they lost to.
Are we sure Cincinnati is not alive for this?
It's a good question.
They're 3-4. The next game is the Jets, then the Bears. And if Flacco is going to throw to Jamar Chase 23 times a game, I mean,
is that what the final target number ended up being?
Maybe he had 16 catches. I think it was 23 targets.
Yeah, well, he must have had around that. I don't know. They were really impressive.
He had 23 targets, and some of those targets were balls he dropped.
Yeah, he had one over the middle.
He dropped one in the end zone.
Yeah.
He had one on the sideline. They ruled incomplete.
Yeah, so Flacco threw the ball 47 times, 23 to Chase, 10 to Higgins, 12 to the rest.
Okay.
So it was a Chase night and 10 targets.
10 targets, pretty
and
good.
to not have half of what your number one receiver had is pretty good. And Higgins went for 6 for 96 in the TD. So
yeah,
if Flacco can be live enough to get those two the football, I mean, that's what they are. That's what they are when Burrow is healthy. It's we don't really have a run game. We don't really have an offensive line.
Although
we really don't have a defense.
They did run like crazy through the Steelers.
They did.
They averaged like 3.2 yards per carry on the season, and at halftime it was 10 yards a carry for Chase Brown.
Yeah, he ended with 9.8 yards per carry. But in general, if that's all they are, but Flacco can be what he was for the Browns a couple years ago, which is just, I'm going to sling it around, and if you give me the 2 of the best receivers in football, I can make that work, then I wouldn't think about them for winning the division, but maybe keep them live enough until Burrow gets back. Keep them in the playoff race, and maybe they could squeak in when Burrow gets back.
How would a Steelers fan feel if the Steelers won the division and welcomed the Bengals for week 1 of the playoffs? Like,
with a healthy Burrow?
Sure.
I think they'd probably hate it.
Right.
If I were them, I would hate it.
I mean, we might hate it.
I would pick the Bengals to win that game right now.
Yep.
Rodgers looks good. I guess that's, some saving grace if you're Pittsburgh, but...
Yes, he does look good. A great moment in that game last night. He throws a big, long touchdown and gets tackled by one of his offensive linemen in his celebration. Have you seen this clip yet?
No.
Oh, you got to see it. He gets absolutely leveled because a lineman, they're running down the field celebrating, and Rodgers first the guy gets on his shoulders like, we did it. Yeah, great throw, baby. They fall to the ground, and it's Rodgers getting tackled by a big 300-pound dude, and he gets up furious.
Does he?
Furious.
Well, he was furious earlier in the game at Jalen Warren for something. Oh, the flea flicker.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be a flea flicker, I don't think.
What the bleep were you doing?
Right.
Like, well, I guess, that was an accidental flea flicker.
Not many times you get an accidental flea flicker.
All right, I'm watching it now. Yeah, I saw him celebrating like this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I did not see. The guy tackles him from behind.
He gets destroyed. He's so mad when he gets up.
He is.
So they can probably laugh about it now, but what if you got injured by your own offensive lineman tackling you on the run? It's almost like a horse collar tackle. He caught him.
Can we be like, Rodgers is such a jerk, though, right?
No, I think you should be mad about that. That's fair.
He should, but like,
you're a 300-pound dude. I'm your quarterback. I wear red.
But he likes into teammates like that all the time.
It's the icy hot bowl. Don't tackle the 40-million-year-old quarterback if you're a lineman.
But he's just always so mad at everybody.
Yeah,
all the time for everything. I don't know. We think he's like one of the boys in the locker room.
I think it's probably
maybe doesn't have to be.
It's probably going fine.
Yeah, probably.
But just what are you doing out there?
It is pretty bad.
It's a rough tackle. Yeah. So the Steelers lose and the Bengals win. And Joe Flacco, speaking of that game, he said afterwards he's been with the he's been with the Bengals for 5 minutes a week, and he said about Chase and Higgins, quote, "Just with simple things, I saw how the defense has to treat those guys. If you don't treat them a certain way, they can hurt you. And if you do treat them a certain way, we've got other guys who can get the job done. Today, I got to see the problems they create." He threw it to Chase. He threw it to Higgins. He tried to throw it to Josevas, who dropped one or two. A couple guys had some pretty bad drops out there that weren't Chase and Higgins. He threw it to Chase Brown. He threw it to Noah Fant.
Got our 4 Noah Fant receptions.
We did.
Night.
So here's Flacco I guess we should have seen it coming because Joe Flacco has played Mike Tomlin defenses how many times? 50?
Yeah.
I mean, 1,000,000 times.
I think I saw 26 on the screen. Yes, so they had it at some point.
It's the same defense. It probably always is. Some cover 3 thing that he's seen, and I'm going to throw it to Jamar Chase on a slant every play. And they did. If you look at Flacco's throwing chart, like the distribution, there are approximately 17 slants thrown to the right. And if you're a Pittsburgh fan, you might look and say, like, hey, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah. Did you see at the end of the half? I mean, there was the bobble Chase play that got reviewed and got taken off the board. But 3 plays in a row, Chase ran the same route and Flacco went to him all 3 times, and all 3 should have been receptions. The same play. It was 10 yards out, 10 yards out, 10 and all 3 Flacco right in his hands, and the Steelers just ran the same thing every single time. They let them walk down the field and kick a field goal. Man.
Tough for the Steelers,
So, by the way, a couple of their big plays last night, this is maybe a Bills thought earlier in the week, we ran through that PFF list of like available trade deadline guys, and who was the safety on that list? Geno Stone of the Cincinnati Bengals. He was brutal last night. Both Freiermuth touchdowns. The one around the goal line and then the long one, he's just in the complete worst spot. They broke it down on the broadcast. Like, he got fooled here, and he was completely out of position, and it cost him a 70-yard touchdown to a tight end. So if you were thinking about that guy before yesterday, like he was pretty rough.
There is another guy you might have been thinking of from Cincinnati, Cam Taylor-Britt. He was a healthy scratch.
Okay.
And the implication, I believe, is maybe a team's about to trade for him.
Okay.
Because he's not hurt, and he was just out last night, inactive. I don't know if a team's calling on Cam Taylor-Britt. We've maybe mentioned him a couple times for the Bills if they are hunting for corner. Anyway, the Steelers here, I mean, man, if it's not the most predictable thing ever, the Steelers are – this is a team, Pittsburgh, that got lit up last night by Joe Flacco, and then earlier in the season, they're the only team that Justin Fields looked good against. Justin Fields has been one of the worst quarterbacks in football this year. Negative net 0, minus passing yards against whoever they played last week. And against the Steelers, they put up 30.
Yeah. So
the Pittsburgh defense is a total fraud, and Cincinnati got the win last night. So good for them. I think if you're thinking about I was thinking about the Steelers too, and how, in the context of the AFC, let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
definitely,
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. Like, oh, they're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. Like, oh, they're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like, you still
have... Actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have these 3 teams here that,
they're favored.
Regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, we'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those 3 teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right. Like, what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like, the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs. And unless, do they play a team like that in the regular season? Because that could do a lot for them. Like if they were to beat the Chiefs, which they play on November 23rd, they go to Arrowhead. They win that game and Jones looks good. Like, okay, that could do it.
Yeah.
But at this point, even beating the Chargers, I don't think that'll do it because the Chargers are seen as the same thing. It's, yeah, you're really talented, but I'm never going to believe you're going to win that big game when we get there. And for the Colts, for people to believe that they're going to do that, I think you got to see them beat Kansas City. They don't play the Bills, so they're not going to have that try.
Right. There's one other team that I think falls in that same bucket with the Chargers and the Colts, and that's New England. Right? New England is good, but how good? Right? Are they Bills good?
They did this. They did beat the Bills. They did it in Buffalo.
That's right. They did beat the Bills.
And the quarterback looked good.
I saw yesterday, I've seen my first someone is predicting the Patriots to win the division.
Yeah?
Chris Sims.
Okay.
Who is, I don't think he's a hot take artist.
No, not.
I think he's
not
a
really.
huge Josh Allen fan. He's been a guy that's on the Bills all the time.
Yeah.
Chris Sims on his podcast yesterday said, "Why am I talking about Buffalo? I think the Patriots are going to win the East."
Yeah.
That's the first person I've seen say, "I think that's my call. That's my pick." Maybe more of that comes after this week if they do their job and beat Tennessee.
They will, and they should probably smoke that
And then
team.
the following week, it's
Cleveland,
and the Bills play the Panthers. And the following week, the Bills are playing the Chiefs.
Yeah,
like it could get really interesting. But I thought about the Bengals playing last night is one of the reasons I thought about this. While we've been here living life of Bills Chiefs, Bills Chiefs, Bills Chiefs, we of course did see Cincinnati make a Super Bowl, and I thought about that for the Patriots. I'm not exactly predicting this, but when the Bengals made the Super Bowl, I don't know how many people thought about them as the team that's going to make the Super Bowl, right? They went to Tennessee and won. That's the year they make it? They go to Tennessee and knock off the 1 seed. The Bills,
it was the day before the 13-second game.
Right. Yeah. The Bills are then going to go to Kansas City and lose.
Yep.
And we thought if they win that game, of course they're going to beat Cincinnati. And then here's Cincinnati. They just make the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they go to Arrowhead, they shut out Mahomes in the second half, and they win in overtime.
Right.
Yeah.
So
after, by the way, the Chiefs won the coin toss. Remember that?
I do. I remember.
Chiefs won the coin toss, and everyone's like, "Oh, here we go again, back-to-back weeks." And then I believe they picked off Mahomes and kicked a field goal to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll never forget the roar when they announced who had won the toss in that game.
Oh yeah,
it was like they'd scored a touchdown. But anyway, a team sneaking in that's not the Bills or the Chiefs. It gets to the root of how people feel about the Bills. We've asked this question, like, if the Bills don't make it, who do you want to make the Super Bowl? And a very popular answer is the Chiefs, because it makes the Bills look less bad. But if somebody else snuck in there, if all of a sudden we're watching a Super Bowl and, I'm sorry, the Jaguars have made it, or the Patriots are in, or the Colts are in here, that makes the Bills, to me, if you want to say makes them look worse, or if it makes Bills fans kind of look at what's going on here and said, wait a minute, you've had a million years to finally get over that team. I saw somebody else do it one time, and if I see somebody else do it, I got problems. I don't think that's going to be Pittsburgh. I don't think it's going to be Indy.
Does it matter if it's got to be like if it's Daniel Jones? I guess that would be its own special kind of hell if Daniel Jones was able to do it. But I'm thinking more about like May for this point would be different because he's in the second year. He's in the second year of his career, and if Drake May were to do what we just laid out, he beats the Chiefs. They win the division, and he goes to the Super Bowl. I don't really see that happening either, but if he does it, yeah, that's going to feel more big picture. It's going to feel like you've been really passed.
Yep.
And I think it'll fuel the anger of not making it in the last 7 years. It'll fuel like that little bit of frustration that you have or bitterness about the 13-second game or 4 losses to Kansas City in the playoffs. I think that gets tripled if you see a team like that with a new quarterback on the scene that's able to do it before you did it with Allen. That's McDermott and Bean, right? Like fans are coming for their heads.
Yeah.
As much as if they lose in a wild card round or whatever. As much as what they do themselves would fuel anger towards them, I think if that happens, Get ready.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe.
I don't think New England is going to the Super Bowl, by the way.
No.
I think they are possible to win the division.
Yeah.
I think that's real. And they're good enough on offense. They have the schedule. It is interesting to see some of their, we mentioned DVOA yesterday, maybe their defense actually isn't good. And we'll see if that gets tested. Not this week, but eventually. But they might have similar problems to the Bills defensively. Maybe not the whole roster. They've got a great corner duo, right?
Yep.
But other than that, maybe they're kind of lacking.
803-0550. Rich in South Buffalo, first up this football Friday. Hey, Rich, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I don't think it's that outlandish what Chris Sims said. I think looking at the schedule, strength of schedule, body of work this week, quarterback play, coaching staff this year, New England should be the front runner because the Bills are going to have to keep serves. And, you could be at the midway point. I don't think Carolina is the gimme we think it is. And the Chiefs, if they're the Chiefs, the Bills could be 5-3 at the break and a full game behind without the tiebreaker. I mean, 4 days to lick wounds or 3 days isn't enough here. I mean, there's just so many flaws in these Bills teams, or at least flaws on the veneer. I've been I've been thinking about this. Lack of moves at the front office, the coaching staff again, even Josh's play. It's like, if you're familiar with the movie / play Wicked, watching Diggs in New England, and how he's interacting, the media, getting the social media stuff, it's like Wicked. We've been thinking all along Diggs was the bad guy. He might be the Wicked Witch, and Glinda, the three-headed hydra that Bean and Josh, they might be the evil ones here. And I can't even fathom Bill's Super Bowl talk until we get past Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Rich. First off, I appreciate the Wicked shout-out. I mean, great show. But, I don't think the Bills are the bad guy here. I mean, the departure with Diggs, of course, it happened. I don't believe they wanted it to happen, but it popped off and went the way that it went. Sometimes that's the way that it's going to go. You don't always want to part with a player, but they did. And the biggest thing for me with the Diggs departure was how it, the way they talk, it's kind of transformed their identity to what they are today. It wasn't just a regular, this player left, let's replace him, next man up. It became oh, no, we're going to be better because we don't have to do this anymore, which to me always struck me as odd. They were always really good when he was here. But anyway, on receivers, we'll have lots to talk about today because I don't know that there's a full-on rumor out there, but there's an
Instagram post.
There's a probably unnecessary buzz over an Instagram post. But that doesn't have to stop us from having fun with it. We can have fun with it. And I also think that last night's game is it's impossible not to say, what would Josh Allen look like with two receivers like that? Isn't it?
Chase and Higgins?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Isn't it impossible to not even if you want to think listen, I know that can happen. I can't draft a guy that high. Chase is this generational talent. Higgins is a second-round pick who's awesome. I know it's not going to happen, but is it not impossible to not think about it? I was listening to the Athletic podcast yesterday, the Athletic NFL football show, and their question was, which two-game losing streak, Bills or Eagles, are you more concerned about? Which losing streak feels more real? Shil Kapadia is on that show, and he said Bills, and laid out that the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and the Bills have not done that. So the Eagles get this benefit of the doubt. Sure, they go through some tough times, but they've proven through those that they can still win the whole thing, and the Bills have not done that. And, of course, what does he slide in there in the middle of it? Can you imagine Josh Allen with those two receivers? About A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith?
Yeah.
So it's without a doubt this constant around the league of, man, imagine if that guy had some real studs. And he might have one in Dalton Kincaid, who they need to have back. I've got some splits on the Bills' offense with Kincaid on and off the field, courtesy of Chris Trapasso. You're going to want to hear these. It's It's pretty stark, the difference. So, lots to get to. Jeremy and Joe Kelly producing.
A Joe Flacco win last night. We're still doing that out here.
A Joe Flacco win.
40 years old.
Yeah.
Him making it to 40 is an upset, isn't it?
Well, can I ask?
He was not one of the Hall of Fame guys. He won a Super Bowl, but he was not Brady, Manning, Rodgers.
You could say something. It's about Pittsburgh if you want. It probably is a lot about Pittsburgh, but, I mean, a statue, 40-year-old, behind a terrible offensive line.
That statue.
And a team that's not able to run the ball, and he drops 33 on the Steelers.
Hey, that statue ran a read option last night for 13 yards. I was out of my chair when that happened.
803-0550. At some point today, we will address Owen the Parlay Killer. Sensitive subject.
You mean 0-7?
0-7.
0-7. You got to change that to your name on your Twitter account.
We get that paper bag ready because I think you should have to wear it all day today.
It really, none of us could have helped him out
by also
being with him. Like we all had to win ours.
Not only did I win my part of the parlay, you might remember I wanted Jaylen Warren over on rushing attempts. It wouldn't give it to me,
and that happened.
Yes, I went 2 for 2. No, it's like the Sabres on the power play. I went 2 for 1. I got 2 right
for 1.
and was only allowed
you
1
were
pick.
150% last night. Yeah, or 200%. 200%.
This guy's 0-7.
0-7.
0-7.
He's due. He's so due.
Yeah, he's due like the Washington Generals are due. He's due like the Sabres are due.
Yep. No, I don't even know what to say.
I don't say either.
What's the next Thursday game? Does he need to be suspended? Maybe is a question.
Yes. 803-0550. 1-888. Sometimes it's a 3-way parlay. Sometimes it's a 4. He'll kill it either way. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't care
find a way.
If he's 1 of 3 or 1 of 4, he's going to come in. He's going to kill it.
No parlay is safe with this guy around.
Right, the parlay killer. He's a stone-cold parlay killer. 803-0550.
Start doing your Vikings-Chargers research already.
You got
6 days.
Get in
6
there.
days.
You mole.
Yeah.
All right. Jerry Ostrowski coming up at 8 o'clock today. We'll talk with him. I want to ask him about the Bills and how they're struggling to protect Josh Allen right now, taking a lot more sacks than he normally does, and whether, how much of that's on the line, protections, what's going on there. So we'll talk to Jerry O about the Bills' struggles, and you as well. 803-0550 here on WGR. How much of the game did you watch last night?
I fell asleep in the second half, but luckily I have the system where I can just turn it back on at some point in the second half. So I watched the fourth quarter.
Gotcha.
This morning, so I saw it.
I made the call.
I saw the comeback. I saw the old man duel back and forth. You couldn't have got better.
The Icy Hot Bowl.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, the two quarterbacks showed up for it, for sure. That was not a boring game by any means. That was scoring. And really, Thursday Night Football all year has actually been pretty darn great.
It has been a good run of Thursday Night Football, yeah. And the Bengals and the Steelers, they're 27 points combined in the fourth quarter of this game. Yeah. The Bengals are down 10-0. They win 33-31 with Joe Flacco. And now we see why Mike Tomlin was so mad that the Bengals got a starting quarterback in a trade from the Browns.
Uh-huh. Well, he just decided not to try and cover those receivers, I guess.
Yeah.
There was a weird halftime interview where he was talking about stopping the run.
Yeah, he was asked what they have to do to stop Chase and Higgins and said, we have to stop the run.
Right. Great.
Yep.
Real smart dude over there that knows what he's doing.
Boy, it's tough. It is really tough what's going on in Pittsburgh. They're going to win their 9-10 games, make the playoffs.
Yes, they are.
And they're going to get waxed in the playoffs. Absolutely waxed.
By a quarterback that's better than Joe Flacco.
It's one of those spots where the spread for their first playoff game, I don't care if it's at home or where it is, the spread should be 13.5, no matter who they play.
I'm not sure it's going to be going to be at home.
It might not.
I thought about taking Baltimore to win the division. It was still almost even money, though. That's why I didn't. Why was it almost even money? Because they expect Pittsburgh was going to have a game like that.
In the context of the AFC, let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before. Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
definitely,
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. Like, oh, they're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. Like, oh, they're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like, you still have...
Actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have
honestly.
these 3 teams here that,
they're favored.
Regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, we'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those 3 teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right. Like, what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like, the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs. Thursday Night Football, the Bengals pull off the upset win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, 33-31. Joe Flacco turning back the clock, 342 yards and 3 touchdowns. He threw the ball to Jamar Chase 23 times, so seemed to be a good idea. Chase went for 161 yards and a touchdown as the Bengals go to 3-4. Steelers drop to 4-2, which is still first in the AFC North for the time being. Elsewhere around the NFL, J.J. McCarthy limited at practice for the Vikings yesterday, although it's not sounding like he's going to be ready to return just yet. Probably one more week of Carson Wentz. Terry McLaurin not expected to play again this Sunday for the Commanders with a quad injury. Last night in baseball, the Blue Jays even up the series with the Mariners, winning by a score of 8-2. Dodgers beat the Brewers 3-1. They are up 3-0 in their series, one win away from the World Series, which they can clinch tonight. The early game is Jays and Mariners. That's at 6, and then Brewers-Dodgers tonight at 8:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Snap good, hold good, kick good. What a night.
What a night. Al Michaels.
I liked Al Michaels calling the slide by T. Higgins on the play before, like screaming, "Brilliant!" He was on it. Like he knew too. Like, you got to go down there.
And then Herbstreit talked for 30 minutes. Have you?
I really hadn't noticed how annoying Herbstreit was
and
until
now you notice.
Yeah, you kind of ruined him for me.
He never stops talking.
But he just doesn't. There's nothing. There's nothing he ever says.
It's like an AI voice. It's like the video game. He'll just start talking.
He called. Right? Yeah, he did. He called Joe Flacco a unicorn last night.
Yes, he did.
The most overused phrase in sports. I didn't quite think it would get applied to Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
So why did he say it, though? Because he just showed up 10 days ago?
Because he's old.
Again, Herbstreit doesn't watch the league. 2 years ago, Baker Mayfield showed up in L.A. with 2 days to prepare and led a touchdown drive and, whatever. I'm not a Herbstreit guy anymore.
Super knowledgeable, but the delivery is just like there'll be a run for 2 yards to the right, and it's about how Dalton Risner's really having a great game tonight. Like, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not. I know. All we do is
he sounds like a college football color commentator trying to do the NFL.
Maybe
that's how he sounds to me.
I realize we all just sit here and just talk all day, but there's not a moment for any silence on a broadcast that Herbstreit is on. He will not let you breathe.
Yeah,
it's nonstop, and once you notice it, it's tough. It is really tough. 803-0550. All right. Try to say something nice. I think he's super knowledgeable, and I like him, but
I like his dog.
But if I was a director of any broadcast he's on, I'd be like, I need 20% fewer words. Just however you find it. We just need to just watch a football game together.
Did you see the controversy with him this week? Herbstreit?
I did not.
And his dog?
No.
How he was playing fetch. He was a cool, I was like, dog video, Herbstreit and the dog, because he, brings him into the booth or whatever.
Yeah.
Henry, right? He, is playing fetch with him in the hotel. He's like, quiet, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. They're playing fetch in the hall of the hotel 2 o'clock in the morning. Definitely woke people up. Because if you listen to the video, it was not really that quiet. The dog running through the hall and the ball hitting the wall. And so everyone's like, Herbstreit just in the hotel at 2 a.m. playing fetch with his dog? I would lose my mind if I was in one of those rooms. That was so not really a controversy, but
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. So do you want the rumor? How rumor?
It's not quite a rumor.
Loose.
It's not quite a rumor, right? It's an Instagram post, and that's pretty much it. Of a guy that is rumored to be available to the league. Is that the furthest you could probably go with it? Jalen Waddle?
I guess. It's not happening. All right, connect dots. Let's connect the dots.
Okay.
The Dolphins are maybe likely to have a fire sale.
Yes.
There's a report that the Seahawks have offered Tariq Woolen, and the Seahawks want Devin Achane. Why? But okay, they want Achane. Should the Dolphins get out?
It is weird because they already have 2 running backs that they've invested in.
Right. They do only have one good running back. One's good, one's not good. Charbonnet's not good. Kenneth Walker is good.
Right.
So okay, they want Devin Achane. So there's a report that teams are calling the Dolphins about players. The Dolphins have traded some players, like they traded Jalen Ramsey to the Steelers, who he did not do such a good job covering Jamar Chase last night. I don't know who does, though. All right, so connect some dots. The Dolphins might have a fire sale. Okay. Jalen Waddle scrubs references of Miami from his bio on Instagram. What does that mean?
And unfollowed some Dolphins players, including Tua.
Okay. What does that mean? Not much, because he posted a bunch of pictures of himself in Dolphins uniform. In uniform.
Yep. With the caption, though.
That said? ...
Dot.
What's that mean?
And he hadn't posted since May.
That's right.
So something caused him... Could have just been anything. He logged into Instagram to post something, and he had not done that in 5 months.
And then all the pictures that he posts, it's a bunch of pictures of him in Dolphins jerseys, and one of them is him in Buffalo. 2 of them are him in Buffalo. Mm-hmm. There's no other, I don't think there's no other, it's a picture, you can clearly see it. It's him at night in Buffalo, the primetime game from a couple of weeks ago.
There's no other
really
picture of another team in the background or whatever, right?
Right.
There's no other fan. The Giants aren't waking up this morning going, did you see Waddle posted a picture of him in New York? Right, so there wasn't that.
It's not much of anything, right?
It's less than when DeAndre Hopkins posted the Buffalo Soldier song on his Instagram, right?
That's a good one.
While he was drinking orange juice. And people are like, oh, is that because of OJ?
Oh, my God.
There was a lot of tying in during the Hopkins.
Whenever
Hopkins legitimately said he wanted to play in Buffalo.
That's true, and with Josh Allen. Whenever we go down this road, if you do this like we do sometimes, like, oh, he said this on Instagram, and he's is OJ, Buffalo Soldier, you're not allowed to make fun of Swifties that notice that Taylor Swift's album comes out on a certain day, and she likes that number, and like my wife tells me all the coded stuff that Taylor Swift does.
Yeah.
It's the same thing for us to say, like, look at Jalen Waddle. Look at that picture. That picture's in Buffalo. He posted it to Instagram. What could that mean? ... Keon Coleman also had a post, and then he deleted it. His post simply said, say less. And then he deleted it. And
which was him saying less.
People are trying to figure out what that meant. I don't know. Is what it is. 803-0550. 1-888-552-550.
It's the real reason, though, that the Waddle thing will not happen is because he's in the division, right?
That depends.
And it would be that and your question of like whether the Bills would be motivated to go get let me ask it this way: if Jalen Waddle was on the Cardinals, do you think that the Bills would want him?
I don't know because of the price. I don't know the price tag, the price of the player, the desire to not do that. Because they like what they have.
He's already been paid, so there's money there.
Yes,
right?
That's right. That's right. I don't know if there's injury concern. It's tough. Whenever we talk about making a trade in division, we have to note that it does happen sometimes. Would I ever trade with the Dolphins if I'm the Bills? Maybe. Would I trade with the Bills if I'm the Dolphins? No. This goes back to the Chiefs worthy trade. If I'm the Chiefs, I'm not afraid of trading with the Bills. If I'm the Bills, I am afraid of trading with the Chiefs. This is match play. I'm losing. Trade, if it's a fair trade, they're still ahead. I don't want to make that trade with them ever. The day the Bills made the worthy trade for Coleman, I hated it. I would have hated it if the Chiefs took Coleman and the Bills took Worthy. Even if the Bills would have looked better, fine. Do not help your main opponent that you're trailing, that you're chasing, because that is a recipe for losing. And we are really still only 1 year into that, and it is looking like a big loss because the Chiefs have a guy that's a bigger piece of what they do than your guy, and their guy has directly affected you. And Coleman has, I don't know if he caught 3 balls against the Chiefs in those games?
Oh, I don't even know if it's that. I'm not sure.
I'll find out. Not a lot. I would not trade with a team I'm chasing. To me, it doesn't make sense.
The Dolphins, though, I would say, though, that it's match play, but they're not in the match anymore.
That's what I mean. Like, do I have to worry about that? This is the Bengals and the Browns trading for Flacco. If you're the Browns, why do you care?
Right.
You're at the bottom. You're trying to find a new quarterback. The Bengals are not really in your hair. Who cares?
Right.
If you're the Browns, you might even be happy to stick it to the Steelers by giving them a quarterback in Cincinnati.
And that's what I might say if I'm Miami. Like, if I'm trading Waddle, Hill is done, and the Tua experiment is probably nearing its end. I'm firing people. Like, all right, this is all ending. And my chase of the Bills, I'm not chasing the Bills right now. I need to pick myself back up before I can worry about chasing down the Bills. And by the time I do that, Waddle might be 30 and maybe I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
Or maybe you think, like, I'm not even worried about competing with them right now because I know it's not realistic. So, all right, you want my injury-plagued receiver? Sure. Here you go.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to make it to 32 playing the way he is. That could be a thought process.
The answer to Coleman and what the Chiefs know of him so far, he missed the regular season matchup last year. And in the playoff game, he had 1 catch for 12 yards on 4 targets. So that's that.
Probably playing a lot of the snaps, by the way. So, I don't know. Maybe it's not impossible. Waddle. The thing, though, there's a couple things that do work, and there's a couple things that maybe they wouldn't like. One thing is that they might not like is that he is paid. He's 3-year, $84 million extension, so it's $28 million per year, but it hasn't kicked in yet. Which is also good, though, because that's how you could get him. $1.1 million base salary right now. Like, you could just, if you did want him on the short term and the Dolphins were willing to trade him and
you could just have
you were figured out the compensation, the cap is not a problem here. At least not for this year. It's not a problem.
He's about to start that deal.
I think so.
3 years, $84 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, his cap hit next year is 11, and then in 2027 it's 33.
Right. So you better be sure that he's got it, like that it's going to work. And I would probably be pretty sure, wouldn't you? That if he was on this team, he is super talented.
He's very good. He's very fast.
He's super fast. That if you put that dude on this team, not to compare it all to Diggs, but what was Diggs in Minnesota before he got to the Bills? He's a really good receiver.
Yep.
Really talented. Was worthy of an extension, probably similar to what Waddle got now if you got to, do the inflation adjusted whatever. So Diggs comes here, though, and there's the ascension. This guy's not just like a really good, talented receiver. He's one of the 5 best in the sport. And Waddle, you might take him out of a place where the offense doesn't have a quarterback like that, and he's the number 2 option for the last 3 years. Put him on this offense with this quarterback as the number 1 option, and you might think he'd be like one of the 5 best receivers in football.
Well, one thing about Waddle, I was reading Matt Harmon about him of reception perception, and he points out something that, your role in an offense matters, and the Dolphins' offense with Waddle and Hill. Who's the guy that goes in motion all the time?
Hill.
Hill gets the catered touches. They engineer touches for Tyreek Hill throughout their time. And Waddle basically has a higher degree of difficulty job.
Yeah.
So Waddle keeps defenses honest, giving Hill more space. And he beats press coverage, he beats man coverage, but he does so with a harder job. And I don't know if he would come here, if it's a fit, if it could possibly work, that it would be a good idea. Could he be a yak guy? Of course, right? The Bills want their yak guys. Could he be a field stretcher? Of course.
The year before Hill got to Miami, he had 1,356 yards, and he led the NFL in yards per reception, 18.1.
Pretty good. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. A good zone beater, a little bit better zone than man beater.
He's good. Like your biggest questions here would be, one, do the Bills want a receiver like that? Of course, because that's at the top for all these. 2, would Miami be willing to trade him to you? And 3, are you worried about the injuries? That's the other part of it.
Yeah. Also might be a little steep for I don't know if he's a true number 1, like you just pointed out. He was before Tyreek Hill got there.
And that's what I would be wanting to bank on.
Right.
It's not a guarantee, but I would feel pretty confident that he is.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Context of the AFC. Let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
definitely,
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. Like, they're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. Like, they're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like, you still have...
Actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have these 3 teams here that,
they're favored.
Regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, we'll We'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the three teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those three teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right? Mm-hmm. So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right, like what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs.
At some point today, we will address Owen the Parlay Killer. Sensitive subject.
You mean 0-7?
0-7.
0-7. You got to change that to your name on your Twitter account.
We get that paper bag ready because I think you should have to wear it all day today.
None of us could have helped him out
By also
being with him. We all had to win ours.
Not only did I win my part of the parlay, you might remember I wanted Jaylen Warren over on rushing attempts. It wouldn't give it to me.
And that happened
Yes,
too.
I went 2 for 2. No, it's like the Sabres on the power play. I went 2 for 1. I got 2
right
for 1 and was only allowed
you
one
were
pick.
150% last night. Yeah. Or 200%.
200%.
200%.
This guy's 0-7.
0-7.
0-7.
He's due. He's so due.
Yeah, he's due like the Washington Generals are due. He's due like the Sabres are due.
Yep. No, I don't even know what to say.
I don't say either.
What's the next Thursday game? Does he need to be suspended? Maybe is a question.
Yes. 803-0550. 1-888. Sometimes it's a 3-way parlay. Sometimes it's a 4. He'll kill it either way. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't
He'll
care
find a way.
If he's 1 of 3 or 1 of 4, he's going to come in. He's going to kill it.
No parlay is safe with this guy
That's
around.
right, the parlay killer. He's a stone-cold parlay killer. 803-0550.
Start doing your Vikings-Chargers research already.
You got
6 days.
Get in
6
there.
days.
You mole.
Yeah.
Is it strange that last night when the Montreal Canadiens stopped an empty netter and then scored to force overtime, and they would then win in overtime, that I got upset because of scoreboard watching? not a reasonable thing to have done.
Wow.
I accept that, but I saw the highlight and I thought, oh, crap.
I think it's a... I did not do that when I saw that, so credit to you.
Don't credit me for that.
Scoreboard watching already? You're into it.
No, I'm not. But I thought, well, it's not good.
You were rooting for Nashville.
I guess I was in that moment.
You weren't watching the game live, though.
No. There's a story that the NHL is going to expand to 36 teams, and 3 of the 4 markets are likely set. That's Houston, Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the third one? I forget the third one.
Cleveland.
No.
Portland. Toronto again.
The fourth is coming.
Okay. It's not Quebec, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, is it Phoenix again?
That might be right.
Yeah,
Yes.
because Bettman wants to go back to Phoenix.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Hamilton and Quebec have often been mentioned, but no. Atlanta, Houston, Phoenix, and then who would be the fourth? Like, what's the proper fourth?
Kansas City. Cleveland. Portland. If you're not going to go back to Quebec. Those would be the first ones you would think of. But Toronto getting a second team has always been an idea.
Yeah, it's never made
the
sense.
The Leafs
to me.
will never let it happen, but
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us. Jeremy and Joe here. Talking Bills. We'll talk with Jerry Ostrowski coming up at 8 o'clock. And, crank out a Football Friday here. Talk about this week's upcoming games, who to watch, all that. You can give us a ring. Open phone lines for you coming up here on WGR. How much of the game did you watch last night?
I fell asleep in the second half, but luckily I have the system where I can just turn it back on at some point in the second half. So I watched like the fourth quarter.
Gotcha.
This morning, so I saw it.
I made the call.
I saw the comeback. I saw the old man duel back and forth. You couldn't have got better.
The Icy Hot Bowl.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, the two quarterbacks showed up for it, for sure. That was not a boring game by any means. That was scoring. And really, Thursday Night Football all year has actually been pretty darn great.
It has been a good run of Thursday Night Football, yeah. And the Bengals and the Steelers, they're 27 points combined in the fourth quarter of this game. Yeah. The Bengals are down 10-0. They win 33-31 with Joe Flacco. And now we see why Mike Tomlin was so mad that the Bengals got a starting quarterback in a trade from the Browns.
Uh-huh. Well, he just decided not to try and cover those receivers, I guess.
Yeah.
There was a weird halftime interview where he was talking about stopping the run.
Yeah, he was asked what they have to do to stop Jason Higgins and said, we have to stop the run.
Right. Great.
Yep.
Real smart dude over there that knows what he's doing.
Boy, it's tough. It is really tough what's going on in Pittsburgh. They're going to win their 9-10 games, make the playoffs.
Yes, they are.
And they're going to get waxed in the playoffs. Absolutely waxed.
By a quarterback that's better than Joe Flacco.
It's one of those spots where the spread for their first playoff game, I don't care if it's at home or where it is, the spread should be 13.5, no matter who they play.
I'm not sure it's going to be going to be at home.
It might not.
I thought about taking Baltimore to win the division. It was still almost even money, though. That's why I didn't. But why was it almost even money? Because they expect Pittsburgh was going to have a game like that.
At some point today, we will address Owen the Parlay Killer. Sensitive subject.
You mean 0-7?
0-7?
0-7? You got to change that to your name on your Twitter account.
Let me get that paper bag ready because I think you should have to wear it all day today.
None of us could have helped them out
By also
being with him. We all had to win ours.
Not only did I win my part of the parlay, you might remember I wanted Jaylen Warren over on rushing attempts. It wouldn't give it to me.
And that happened,
yes,
too.
I went 2 for 2. No, it's like the Sabres on the power play. I went 2 for 1. I got 2 right
for 1.
And was only allowed 1 pick.
You were 150% last night. Yeah. Or 200%.
200%. This guy's 0-7.
0-7.
0-7.
He's due. He's so due.
Yeah, he's due like the Washington Generals are due. He's due like the Sabres are due.
Yep. No, I don't even know what to say.
I don't say either.
What's the next Thursday game? Does he need to be suspended? Maybe is a question.
Yes. 803-0550. 1-888. Sometimes it's a 3-way parlay. Sometimes it's a 4. He'll kill it either way. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't
He'll
care
find a way.
If he's 1 of 3 or 1 of 4, he's going to come in. He's going to kill it.
No parlay is safe with this guy around.
Right, the parlay killer. He's a stone cold parlay killer. 803-0550.
Start doing your Vikings-Chargers research already.
You
got 6 days.
Get in there.
6 days.
You mole.
Yeah. On Thursday Night Football, the Cincinnati Bengals pull off the upset over the Pittsburgh Steelers, 33-31. Since he goes to 3-4 in the year, Pittsburgh down to 4-2. Joe Flacco completed 31 passes for 342 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jamar Chase set a Bengals record with 16 catches for 161 yards and a touchdown. Baseball last night. The Blue Jays even up the series with the Mariners winning 8-2. Now the series is tied at 2 games apiece. The Dodgers, meanwhile, take a 3-0 series lead with a win over the Brewers. Tonight, Toronto and Seattle's at 6:08. Brewers and Dodgers is at 8:38. A couple other football notes heading into the weekend. It is not expected that Terry McLaurin is going to play on Sunday again for the Washington Commanders. Brock Purdy limited on practice on Thursday. He is trending towards being able to return on Sunday. They play against the Atlanta Falcons. Also, J.J. McCarthy limited for the Vikings, although that is not expected. It is not expected that he will return this week. One more Carson Wentz game likely for Minnesota. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Their defense isn't authoritative. Is that or forceful? Now, that's not an XO word. Do they have good players? Yeah. Are they still looking to get home on the pass rush? Yeah. Are they, missing? I mean, Milano hurt again. I mean, we can mention the names. Tre'Davious White is not what he was before the injuries, about as good as there was in the league. So if you just take that side, which Sean McDermott's great at and will be, that hasn't really packed a hammer yet. I mean, Josh Allen speaks for itself. Cook, I'm sure, will run more or be in screenplays more.
Mm-hmm. Has to be.
I'm not that concerned. That's what I'm concerned about. They're not authoritative.
Chris Berman on the state of the Bills' defense and overall. Speaking with Adam Shine. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Football Friday. Football Friday is brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. The Steelers lose last night to the Bengals. So Cincinnati wins. Joe Flacco, I've got two stats from this game I want to give you, and we'll get some of your calls on whatever you want to say on these Bills. We can have that. First, Joe Flacco is the first quarterback in NFL history to throw for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no picks in a game for 4 different teams. Wow. Ravens, Jets, Colts, Bengals. All 4 of those teams, Flacco 300, 3 touchdowns, and no picks in a game. The other stat of the day, get you another stat of the day here for this one's on the Steelers. So Pittsburgh last night scored 7 points. I think it was their opening drive. They scored a touchdown on their opening drive.
Yeah.
And that's good. I think they went the entire season last year without scoring on their opening drive.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been the full first quarter. Anyway, the Steelers have gone 56 consecutive games with no more than 7 points in the first quarter.
Wow.
Longest in NFL history.
Wow.
56 games.
That's 4 seasons, right? Math-wise, is that about right? Yeah. 4 years they haven't.
3.5 seasons.
3.5 seasons.
They've not scored more than 7 in the first quarter.
That is unbelievable.
In 56 consecutive games.
I mean, I guess you got to get the ball first, but that's going to happen 9 times a year.
Yeah. I mean, you could do it getting the ball second.
You could.
If you do
if you score quick.
Yeah. 56 straight games.
Now, they did score a field goal on their third drive of this game that started in the first quarter, but of course the field goal came into the second quarter.
There you go.
But that's a stat. I mean, you haven't scored in the first.
And then
twice.
one more stat of the day, because I find this one to be also interesting. We'll just start off with a couple of stats, and we'll get your calls and we'll talk Bills. So the Dolphins play the Falcons next week.
Yeah.
And that was going to be the first matchup of 2 left-handed quarterbacks in 19 years.
Okay.
But it won't be anymore. Because the Dolphins play the Browns this week, and Dylan Gabriel became the starter.
Oh, Dylan Gabriel.
So how
lefty. Yeah.
Because I'd given you that stat earlier this year. Like it's going to be Tua and Penix. Tua and Penix. First one in 19 years. It's like, actually, it's going to be the week before that.
Right. So back-to-back weeks?
Back-to-back, yes. So the first gap, 19 years. The next gap, a week.
Right. Wow.
So funny little stuff.
Do you know who the last two? Do you know what the matchup is?
I do. We had this on trivia like a month ago. Yeah.
Was it Chris Sims?
It was Chris Sims and Michael Vick.
Okay. Right.
Yep. 803-0550. Good morning. Happy Football Friday. Talking Bills. Ideas for the Bills. Which concerns you more? Offense, defense, whatever you want here. I will say that coming out of the bye, we'll see if things get different. I saw Chris Brown suggest on one Bills drive, like, maybe we see Keon Coleman in the slot more than we have. I know Eric Wood suggested that with the afternoon show as well.
Yep.
You know, what answers could they have for the league? Because I don't know if the league has answers for them. Could it be just injury? Could it be just that, if they don't lose Josh Palmer in that game, they get him for a big one. And if they get Kincaid and Palmer back, they're going to be just fine. Or will they really want some structural changes? You know, more throws to James Cook, more, you name it, more
throws to James Cook. I mean, that was what Berman said too, right there. That,
Yep.
That would be they've really never done it. Since they drafted him and called him a sub back, they've never really thrown him the ball. Right? Like that. When has it? Can you remember a game that was James Cook is catching the ball and the other team can't stop it? Or that was the Bills' game plan going into this week? I can even tell, we can all remember a Ty Johnson game for that last year against Detroit. I don't have a game like that with Cook, where he's catching the ball relentlessly out of the backfield, slots. There was one game I remember, it was only one play though. It was right after Joe Brady got hired and they went to Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs, and there was Cook like up the seam on a long kind of wheel route, but it wasn't to the outside, it was to the inside. He scored a touchdown, but I can't ever remember a game where like the plan was we're going to throw the ball to James Cook in the 4 years that he's been here. Not once.
He had a touchdown against the Chiefs
That was the one I just mentioned.
Yeah.
The one,
and then,
but that might have been the only play he had that day.
He had one against Dallas. He had one against Philadelphia. He also got a little bit of a reputation for dropping them, right? He had a couple of high-profile drops.
Yeah, he dropped 3 touchdowns, I think, in that 2 years ago.
Yeah, I might look at those drops, and I guess you could look at it one of two ways. You could say, well, if we can't count on him to catch the ball, we're not going to throw him the ball. But
maybe that Kansas City game, by the way, is the right one to point to. In that game, he had 5 targets, 5 catches, 83 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah, not bad.
But that's kind of what I feel like when you hear Berman say that, or when like a caller mentions that, like, hey, get Cook more involved in the pass game. Like that's a running back being involved in the pass game. Like that's what the Niners do with McCaffrey, right? That's what who else does that? The Saints did with Kamara when they were, going good with Breeze at the end there. Like, there are some good teams that will go to that, and the Bills just never have with Cook. I don't know, just maybe he's not as good a receiver as they thought, or he's already being used so much in the run game, and maybe it's a body type thing. They don't want to they don't want to put too much on his plate. They don't want him getting 25, 30 touches a game, and if you throw him the ball 5 times a game, well, then you're really getting into you're getting into 30 touches a game at that point.
Maybe, especially though when you have injuries, like in a game like that to Kincaid and Palmer. Like, who's our most dynamic guy? Like, let's make sure we get him the ball.
But what are those plays?
Well,
are they screens?
It could be. They love their screens. It could be.
Is he running routes?
You could hope for that because think about those high-profile drops, which maybe they're not fresh in your mind. He's open on them.
Yeah, wide open.
They're wide open.
Wide open.
And I guess there's 2 takeaways you could get from a play like that. It would be, I can't trust him. But wait a minute, it's working. So
the play's working.
Yeah. So let's keep going back to it, and we'll get him with the jugs machine. I don't know. Like, we'll just get his concentrate.
But they haven't really kept going back to it.
I know.
Yeah, they replaced him.
That's right. That's what I'm saying, though. If you want to get him on the field to be a little bit more unpredictable, where you could get that matchup against, again, they got it against the Eagles. They got it against the Cowboys, where they're throwing in the ball. 803-0550. MJ in Columbus is up. Hey, MJ, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm trying not to waste your time here. I think that I'd be happy with trading away Shakir, maybe a second, Olave, and then move.
MJ,
you're breaking up there.
You're breaking up. But
I think we got the crux.
We did hear move Shakir
for Olave,
which I don't think they're going to move Shakir. And
no,
I don't think so. Don't think that's realistic. Now, listen, you want to just entertain it. The caller brought it up. Why would you do that? Because you're going to move Coleman in the slot, and you're going to have a different kind of slot receiver, and Olave goes on the outside. Like, just entertaining the idea. I don't think they're, trading Shakir is just not on the cards. You're talking about trading a receiver. I think you're much more likely to trade Coleman.
Yes.
Much more. Against Shakir, much more likely.
Definitely.
Not that either is likely.
No. I mean, if there's a receiver going back in a trade like that, I expect it to be Samuel because of cap reasons.
And then you might have to, jack the price up a little bit, pay a little bit more. Like, here, this is how we're going to make this work.
You got to take this contract so that we could fit the contract the guy we're getting.
I just really expect. I want to say I expect nothing at receiver.
Because you don't expect a trade, or you don't expect anything.
A trade at receiver. What else would there be?
Gabe is one. I've been wondering about whether they'll give Amari Cooper a call.
Oh boy, if they want
something like that. Another guy that is like old and available / like quasi retired.
I might think about it this way: if you're Bean, do you not watch the Atlanta game and think, there it was? That's Palmer. Mm-hmm. I know Palmer can do that. He can beat man coverage. He did it without Kincaid. When we get the 2 of them back, we've kind of got what we need. Our power run game is there. We'll get a better kind of setup from Joe Brady. Like, get a couple of bad weeks. All right, Joe's going to evolve. But you know how this goes. If you were someone that really believed in Josh Palmer, which he did, clearly, right? He paid Palmer. Part of the conversation in April was, you guys are forgetting about Josh Palmer. It's a reasonably big contract, 3 years, $30 million-ish. So there's belief in Palmer, not just short term, but bring him in. He's going to be this guy. And then he does it for 2 plays and gets hurt. You might think, like, I was just about to have the answer. I was just about to show everybody. If Palmer, instead of getting hurt, pops off for 6 for 135 and a touchdown, isn't this a lot quieter?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, granted, the Bills would have more.
They might have won the game.
Right. But you might think that it was all coming together, and then I would put together that guy on the field with my yak superstar, Shakir, on the field with my matchup problem, Kincaid. So I think it's very possible, as much as people are freaking out, we were freaking about these receivers and the group for years and years and years, really. And he might just feel like, no, Palmer was the guy I liked here, and I've got it, and I didn't get to see it.
It is a lot to give them, though, given that I know he caught 2 passes early on in that game, but it's a lot to assume that a guy who had 5 catches in the previous 3 games was just going to be rolling the Falcons the rest of that game. Right? What is fair to assume was going to happen?
Well, the Falcons
that he was going to catch 150 yards of passes? Like, what was he going to do?
It's a great question. The Falcons, by the way, this is what happens over time. They have a very good defense.
They do.
Their defense had good numbers, and a lot of it was, but against who? And then they did it to the Bills, so now you kind of respect, like, okay, maybe it really is a good defense. They did it to the Bills.
Yep.
I tend to agree. The Bills, can they just do that when they want to? There's this belief that they can do it when they want to, and maybe the Atlanta game was one where they wanted to. If Palmer starts to continue to beat them up, don't they put A.J. Terrell on Palmer and put the other corner over on Keon Coleman, and then say, all right, you know what, let's see if Coleman's going to beat us.
Right.
I just think it's possible.
It's possible
that the Bills could still see their room and think, we just haven't been healthy. When we're healthy, we'll be fine.
Well, that, though,
I mean, it doesn't mean it's a strength of the team, but they should just probably think, we're fine. Because if it's healthy, don't we still think it is better than last year's group at this time where they did add? I mean, last year at this time, it's Matt Collins and what?
It's Cooper.
Well, before Cooper.
Well, they traded for him this week.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They made a move for Cooper. It was bad enough where Cooper was on the team, and you probably think right now they're better than they were when they even got Cooper. Isn't Palmer already better than Cooper? Is that nuts?
No, I don't think. I wouldn't give him that right now.
No? Right.
I mean, I like his skill set more, and I would be hopeful that he would be. But, again, he hasn't had more than 2 catches in a game since the first game of the season, and I had not much from Cooper, but I had a couple of big games. I had 6 for 95 against the Rams, and I had 4 for 66 against the Titans. Like, I got a couple of plays.
Yeah.
So,
and a big day against the Chiefs, right?
I'm not going to tell you Cooper's been better. I would tell you it looks about the same to me. At least the production looks better.
Okay,
looks
well,
the same.
If that's the case, then, I mean, Cooper was their post-trade decision. They make the trade, and that's my post-trade room. If you're saying it's the same, now what I have then is my post-Cooper trade room, the equivalent.
Right, it looks about the same.
About the same.
I guess the thing that I would wonder about them is they might view like they're okay with Palmer, but do they view it as being okay with Coleman? Do they think they're good there? Do they think he is in the right spot, as we just talked about, with whether he should move to the slot or not? And do they want growth from him? Because the numbers are not showing up. None of his catches. What is it? 17 catches outside of the fourth quarter of the Ravens game.
Yeah.
Like in the other 23 quarters, like there's nothing happening there, and it's all contested balls. He's not getting open. Any idea that he was going to become this nuanced route runner as he grew into the league and he would get better at that? That's not showing itself at all. So that would be where I would wonder, like, okay, maybe there's a smaller move somewhere, even for depth, because they don't know that Coleman can be an X receiver anymore. That, hey, that's an experiment that we thought was going to work, and we tried it, and it didn't. When did they punt on James Cook being a sub back? How long did that take? Because they thought he was that when he showed up in the league, and then at some point they realized, actually, he's a good runner, and actually he's not a good pass blocker, and he drops the ball, so we're not going to use him as a pass-catching running back. Yeah. When did that decision get made? Because that might be a nice timeline to look at, like when they might decide, all right, we thought Coleman was this, he's actually not this, so we're going to use him as something else.
David in Cleveland. Hey, David.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I'm all in with you guys. I mean, I know it's probably wishful thinking, but we need to spend some assets and go get either Waddle or Olave. And the reasoning behind that is what can I do with this team this year if their goal is to make the Super Bowl, win the division, so on? Where can I make the biggest impact? And that's at wide receiver 1. I think there are too many holes on the defense to plug in a Tariq Woolen or some other help on the defense where it's going to really make a meaningful difference. What do we always want? I hear you guys talk all the time. I want to outscore the other team. How am I going to do that? Well, I bring in a true number 1. The Bills next year in the draft, wherever they finish, they're not likely to finish high enough to draft an impact wide receiver. They never are. And Bean doesn't seem willing to spend the draft capital on a number 1 receiver. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go out and get a proven commodity in Waddle and Olave, both of which were high first-round picks, relatively young. Yeah, there's some injury issues, but they're still relatively young. Where can I just don't think on the defensive side of the ball we're really going to make any difference plugging in anybody. But I think, what can we do? We can get a number 1 receiver, and we can maybe go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs and outscore them. Maybe with the defense, the acquisitions they've made, maybe they are going to come back and add some help. With Harrison, he's going to get healthy. Ogunjobi, maybe the defense will just be able to get that one stop in the playoffs. Let me know your thoughts.
Yeah. Thanks, David. I guess what I wonder when you're asking that is, how good could the defense actually get? What's the at this point, what is the absolute best case scenario? Can we see them being a middle-of-the-road defense?
Yeah.
As the season progresses?
Yeah. Could it come together?
Without doing anything.
Without doing anything. Could it come
Middle
together?
Of the road?
Yeah, it could come together. They could make, maybe if they make a swap at a couple positions, they could get to the middle of the road. I think that's possible. But again.
So what then if you add? If you add Tariq Woolen, that won't do anything. I'm with you that I like the receiver idea better because of there probably is too much to do. But if I could get to being a middle-of-the-road defense that's plugging Tariq Woolen in at corner, then it still will come down to, though, whether you believe that they'll have the answers in the postseason.
That's the thing.
The goal isn't to become 14th by the end of the regular season.
Right.
It's
match play. And I was just putting this poll together, and maybe, on a Football Friday we can have this conversation. The Bills are off this week, so, self-scout, right? All right. Can I introduce a topic from January last year?
Mm-hmm.
29 points should be enough. And the Bills scored 29 and lost. If I told you right now they'll go to the AFC Championship game and they'll score 29, will they win that game?
No. I don't think so.
I don't know who they're playing.
I'm assuming they're playing Kansas City.
I'll put it up in the Twitter poll. Why not?
Does it matter the opponent?
Well, you might think they're not going to hold the Chiefs under 29. What if they play the Jaguars? You might think that they will hold it.
You keep wanting to throw the Jaguars in these big games for some reason.
They're 4-2.
4-2.
Last year, the chatter after the AFC Championship game was 29 points should be enough.
Mm-hmm.
Will it be enough? Let's do it ahead of time instead of saying I should have won that game, because it's right off the point you just made, which is, could they be a middle-of-the-road defense? Sure. What's a middle-of-the-road defense do? You know what? I want to delete the poll because I don't even want to do points, because I like to make this point about the Bills and Chiefs games have been 24-20.
Right.
And these games, why do the Chiefs always win it? Because the Chiefs are always able to get exactly what they need. Sometimes that's 32. Sometimes that's 27. Was the defense a lot better in a game? They held them to 27 versus 32? Or is it always just 3 or 4 more than you?
Do you feel like, though, it's more likely this year that the Chiefs could just blow them out? Because they might be able to name their score now. And I don't know. If I were them, I would feel like I can get the Bills into a game that they don't want to play. I can get them into a race. A race to 40,
which is kind of what.
And I don't think they are currently. The Bills are not currently constructed to play that game with me. So if I could play it, and then I think I could win by a lot.
And is that not what Atlanta did to them last week? Atlanta got out 21-7. It was almost 28-7.
Right, they just couldn't do it through to the second half.
The second half, they kind of and what's the difference maybe between an Atlanta and a Kansas City? At 21-7 in the second half, I don't feel like Kansas City is going to.
No, they're going to
trip all over themselves.
They're going to choke. Yeah, they're going to close that game out before Atlanta does. They're going to know how to win that game in the second half without giving the Bills a
where
chance.
Atlanta is still very much learning how to do that kind of thing. So,
and that's why the receiver idea comes up, though. It's if if you don't think the Bills defense can keep Kansas City from making the game a race, then you gotta be able to run it.
You got to be in the race.
And I don't think they can run it right now. I don't think if they had to go toe to toe with the Chiefs offense, who was having a day, that they could win it.
You don't mean run the football. You mean run the race.
Right.
When you say you don't think they can run it, you don't think the Bills can't run the football. You mean you don't think they can
run the race.
Run the race with them in that.
Right. Which is a lot of, just trying to score as much as you can, as quickly as you can. And I don't expect that's how the Bills would want to play it. Yeah. I think the Bills would probably do what we've kind of seen
the last couple of years
against them, which is
run on 2nd and 4.
I can't stop them. I'm not if I'm the Bills, my plan to not let them make it that type of game is I need to bleed clock. I need to run the ball. I need to go on long drives that take 9 minutes, and I need to play. I need to play like the '90 Giants.
16 plays, 54 yards.
I bet that's what they think is more likely right now. I don't know. Does McDermott not sound like though he might have a little bit of an appetite for? I want to be able to play the other way too. Talking about how it shouldn't be this hard on Josh Allen. He didn't say we had to run the ball better in that game. Maybe he said he wanted to see a little bit more out of Cook in the first half. But I do wonder from McDermott. He has the reputation of like he would be the guy that would want to I'm going to run the clock, run the ball, keep the Chiefs off the field. But I don't know. I think there might be a little desire in there from him to be like, I don't want them to be able to do all these things that I can't.
803-0550. More of your phone calls. Also, got a caller here on the AFC race and how it might look different this year. We'll get to that because Sal tweeted this out, and it's a good point about the standings, like what they look like right now. It's going to be a heck of a finish. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. At some point today, we will address Owen the Parlay Killer. Sensitive subject.
You mean 0-7?
0-7.
0-7. You got to change that to your name on your Twitter account.
We get that paper bag ready because I think you should have to wear it all day today.
It really, none of us could have helped him out
by also
being with him. Like we all had to win ours.
Not only did I win my part of the parlay, you might remember I wanted Jaylen Warren over on rushing attempts. It wouldn't give it to me,
and that happened.
Yes,
too.
I went 2 for 2. No, it's like the Sabres on the power play. I went 2 for 1. I got 2 right for 1. And was only allowed 1 pick.
You were 150% last night. Yeah, or 200%.
200%.
200%.
This guy's 0-7.
0-7.
0-7.
He's due. He's so due.
Yeah, he's due like the Washington Generals are due. He's due like the Sabres are due.
Yep. No, I don't even know what to say.
I don't say either.
What's the next Thursday game? Does he need to be suspended? Maybe is a question.
Yes. 803-0550. 1-888. Sometimes it's a 3-way parlay. Sometimes it's a 4. He'll kill it either way. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't care
find a way.
If he's 1 of 3 or 1 of 4, he's going to come in. He's going to kill it.
No parlay is safe with this guy around.
Right, the parlay killer. He's a stone cold parlay killer. 803-0550.
Start doing your Vikings-Chargers research already.
You got
6 days.
Get in
6
there.
days.
You mole.
Yeah.
In the context of the AFC, let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
definitely,
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. Like, oh, they're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. Like, oh, they're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like, you still have...
Actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have these 3 teams here that,
they're favored.
Regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, we'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those 3 teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Yep.
whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right, like what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs. Bengals win on Thursday Night Football, 33-31. A lot of points in the fourth quarter. 27 points between the two teams in the fourth. Joe Flacco goes for 342 and 3 touchdowns, including a game-winning drive at the end, setting the Bengals up for a chip shot field goal to win with under 10 seconds to play. Steelers dropped to 4-2, still leading the North. Bengals 3-4 now on the season. There was a report last night that Joe Burrow is on track to return during the middle of December. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy nearing a return, limited yesterday at practice, although he's not expected to play this Sunday. Carson Wentz expected to against his former team in Philadelphia. Kyler Murray, dealing with a foot injury, was back at practice and limited on Thursday. Jacoby Brissett, though, same as in Minnesota, expected to get one more week as the starter. CeeDee Lamb is getting back to playing with an ankle injury. Lamb said yesterday that he will play in Week 7 against the Commanders. Same deal in San Francisco. George Kittle said that he will play this Sunday as well. He has not been on the field since Week 1. Baseball last night, Blue Jays win over the Mariners, Dodgers over the Brewers. LA leads their series 3-0. Toronto and Seattle's series is now tied at 2 games apiece. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think they are saving some stuff. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I think they're trying to be fully formed by January and maybe hold back a little bit, kind of similar to Kansas City. It's a different way of thinking. It's kind of like the old Greg Popovich Spurs where you spend a couple months kind of playing possum with teams. Maybe it's an excuse. There shouldn't be an excuse because they look bad in Atlanta. But I do think that the Bills are maybe holding back some stuff, and that maybe they got to pull it out a little sooner than they expected.
Tyler Dunn with the afternoon show yesterday. Time for improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort. Game plan. Get started at bluestarhs.com. We can never really know if that is true or not, if a team is holding things back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Until the playoffs, if they start running plays that we've never seen before.
Right, but that if you've never seen it before, that doesn't mean they had it in October and didn't use it. That could mean they
came up with it that week.
They really dug down into an opponent.
Yeah.
You know, the Bills and the Chiefs know each other so well. Are the Bills not scouting them throughout the year? You know, we learned a couple of years ago when the Bills had a Thursday night game. Was this the Dallas game? Sal would remember this. Thanksgiving, that they would spend a couple hours a week leading up to that week on the Cowboys because they knew the Cowboys week was a short week. So, all right, we play the Cowboys in a month. Let's spend 2 hours looking at them today. All right, bank it away. The next week. That way, when you get to that short week, you've spent more time on that opponent. And like for Bills Chiefs, is someone on the staff just watching the Chiefs every week? That would be something you could do. Like, let's watch every play they have all year. We'll have a Chiefs consultant.
There's got to be someone in the building whose job that is, right?
Don't know.
They have enough.
So that's what I mean by...
Well, they have people, though, that are looking 2-3 weeks ahead. So maybe they're not just doing that specific to the Chiefs, but...
But they could, and a team could definitely do that. All I'm getting at is, does that mean you're saving something versus you don't have everything that you would have? Maybe, maybe not. I tend to think that sounds like an excuse. Like Tyler even kind of said it. Like, is that an excuse? I think it's an excuse. Yeah, that happens all the time. You lose a game. Why'd you lose? It wasn't because of what they did. It's because of what we did. We didn't do everything we could have done. Like, I think that sounds like an excuse. I also think if you're talking about that mindset and using teams that have won the Super Bowl, that kind of puts you in a club you don't belong in. You haven't earned that. Can the Chiefs claim that all day, every day?
Yeah,
they can claim it.
The Patriots used to get this a lot. Which is Belichick will play with his food early in a season, and he's not running any. He'll try stuff just to try it because it's the early regular season, and who cares?
So if this is true, are the Bills doing this every year? Do you think in the year where they're trying to get the 1 seed, they might think, let's not do that this time?
Right.
Like they have this yearly lull and this yearly back-to-back losses.
Yeah.
Is that always the 2 weeks that we do? Like, I guess they're not using everything.
Yeah. The one area where this is easy, I think, to spot, though, is with quarterback runs.
Yes.
And Josh Allen's not
that
doing...
Might be right.
I think I see he has 4 designed runs on the season so far. That's the one area where it's easy. Like, 4 designed quarterback runs. He will probably have 4 designed quarterback runs in a single playoff game, won't he?
Well, let me tell you, if the thing they're saving for the playoff game is the Josh Allen quarterback run, then no one's surprised by it. It's just that's not saving some wrinkle.
Right, that's saving it for health reasons, not saving it to disguise it. Yeah.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. That's improving the game plan. To this point, changing your stripes. I think there's a lot of pressure building on Joe Brady right now to evolve and not be predictable. I didn't really think of the Bills as overly predictable until the Sunday night game Collinsworth was on. It would have been in New England.
Yeah.
New England, Collinsworth called them predictable the whole game.
And then there was the numbers to back it up.
Yeah. Like under center versus in shotgun.
Yeah.
And this actually,
they always run. They always run when they're under center,
and they always pass
80% of the time.
Yeah.
And they pass like 85% of the time when they're under center, or when they're on the shotgun.
And now we've got it that their receivers are predictable because each one can only run certain routes. You know what Coleman's going to do when they're on the field.
You kind of know what Shakir's going to do.
So anyway, to that point, last night, who's catching this a lot today is Tomlin.
Yeah,
Jamar Chase said it about Tomlin. He said they knew exactly what the Steelers planned to do, exactly what we were expecting. And I saw Julian Edelman last year said this about the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
They did what they did. You knew exactly what they were doing every time. They still do what they do. They still do the same bleep that they did when I was playing Tomlin's defense. That's Edelman last year. So why,
crazy.
So why
John Ledyard, who covers the Steelers, he does a few things draft too, but he covers the Steelers during the season, and he quote tweeted that I saw earlier this morning. He said this is a weekly quote.
Yeah.
Like someone saying
Every
that they
week.
did what we expect. Like every week, someone is saying that about the Steelers defense.
So we probably should have expected Joe Flacco, that's seen the Steelers defense 100 times,
maybe I guess,
to carve them up.
It was his 24th game against the Steelers.
I've got two stud receivers and a defense I've seen 24 times. I think I'll be all right. Should have seen that one coming. 803-0550.
Are the Bills definitely
predictable on offense?
They have elements that are predictable. I guess does that make it predictable? That you know enough. You know what they're going to do when they're under center. You know what they're going to do in the shotgun, and you know what their receivers do. Is that enough to call them predictable?
It's something said about the defense, too. Like, the Bills are a team that lines up and says, you know what we're going to do, and we're going to do it better than you.
Hasn't that changed a little bit, though, post Leslie Frazier? A little bit. They've blitzed more. There have been rates that have gone up and down on that. They've had stretches where they've been the blitz-heaviest team in the league. Their man coverage, I think, has fluctuated a little more than it used to. So I'm not telling you that they're the most diverse defense in the league. But that was definitely true when Frazier was the defensive coordinator. I don't know if it's still as true.
Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis.
Hey guys, love the show this morning. I love every time you could bring up some great subjects. Hey, I got a couple maybe things. I know one's at far reach, but they got him as a trade rumor. But I'd go Waddle for Samuel, maybe a draft pick. And actually, they're talking about King Henry down in Baltimore Baltimore talking about getting rid of him. Bring him on up here. If you could get both, it'd be great. If you can get one or the other, that can make Buffalo very dangerous because what he does on the field, too, as a running back, and then you have Cook, could scare the bejesus out of any team. But if you could get Waddle and him, that would be the statement, we're going to the Super Bowl, and we plan on winning it.
Thanks, Dennis. Trading Samuel away, like Samuel, I would think, has next to no value. It's a $9 million receiver. So if you throw him in a deal, the price goes up, right? You're going to take this player, and we give you an asset for this asset we want. Like if it's whatever the price is for Waddle, not that this could happen, but okay, the deal. Wait, will you take Samuel too? Sure, but we're going to need more. The price goes up.
We have to give you another fourth or something.
And again, Waddle,
but I don't know. But what are we doing? We're trading for Derrick Henry?
Yeah, I don't know why to do that. Really. You're gonna think of how much you're gonna run the ball then.
You're going to run it every play.
Right? You're going to run Henry and then run Cook?
The thing I was saving, guys, was I'm running the wishbone with Josh Allen, Derrick Henry, and James Cook all on the field at the same time. The Ravens question might be interesting, separate from the Bills. They've already made a seller's move. They traded Odafe Owe a week ago to the Chargers, a guy who had 10 sacks for them last year, and their defense stinks. What are they? When I saw that, that's weird. They're trading away one of their best pass rushers, and they already have missing so many pieces on defense. What's that about? So I don't know what the Ravens. I can't believe though they're going to sell. If they lose a couple more games, then maybe they will because they'll have no choice. If they're 1-7, but I don't know. Will they trade Derrick Henry? Maybe. But it has to go a lot more poorly. I think.
I just don't know why they should give up.
But again, that's why I was confused. Why are they trading one of their best pass rushers?
Right. Sal yesterday suggested the Dolphins could also move Jalen Phillips.
Yeah.
Pass rusher Jalen Phillips. I mean, the Bills don't have...
He's had major injuries.
Yes, he has. The Bills don't have the roster space to have another defensive end. How many defensive ends? You trading out Epinesa? Trading out...
What's the counter?
I heard
throw it back up there.
I heard him traded on the station yesterday.
Okay.
A different show too. So the counter's back at 0. What are you going to cut Landon Jackson? Like the idea of getting another defensive end. I know that the Bills have been fortunate, if you can be fortunate with the way the IR designations go.
Yeah,
but they've been fortunate because they're able to keep players because they're hurt. If T.J. Sanders and Dwayne Carter are not hurt, who's gone? Javon Solomon and Dwayne Carter. Who's cut? Last year's third-round pick? Somebody else off the roster? Like they've been able to kind of get away with an overcrowded defensive line room because of suspensions early, allowed them to keep 2 guys. Now that Hoyt and Ogunjobi come back, 2 guys got to go. Okay, well, Sanders on IR, Hamlin's on IR, Dwayne Carter's on IR.
Part of me, though, does hear that and thinks, who's Javon Solomon?
No, fine. Okay, that's one.
Who's, right, who's even...
So you acquire Jalen Phillips and Javon Solomon is gone.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
TJ Sanders comes off IR. Who leaves?
It's a good question.
Who goes?
Larry Ogunjobi.
The Bills have been.
I mean, did he almost get cut in training camp?
I don't know, Joe. Like they've been dressing practice squad defensive linemen every single game, and Ogunjobi is not one of those. So
no,
who goes? They're crowded at that position. Does Elijah Moore go?
I guess right.
It really might be that Elijah Moore goes, and they carry 5 receivers instead of 6.
I like Jalen Phillips as a player, but that does feel like the position that is their strongest unit on defense right now.
Defensive end.
And that's the one I want to add?
I think they're fine there. I do. I think they're fine there, too. Steve in Hamburg. Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. I think you guys are crazy, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
The Bills have lost their last 2 games. The teams that we did beat early on had losing records. Everybody's thinking our main opponent or obstacle is Kansas City. You guys are crazy. What about New England? What about Jacksonville? 45-year-old Cincy quarterback had a better game last night than Allen has all year. I mean,
wait till Allen plays the Steelers. I mean, when Allen plays the Steelers, he's going to have a heck of a game.
Yeah, but you know what? My point is this: going in, everybody thought KC, Buffalo.
I still think that
the Ravens. What about Baker Mayfield and those guys? I truly think that the representative of the AFC as well as the NFC is going to be somebody we have no expectation coming into the season. The Bills have lost their last 2. Our upcoming opponent beat Atlanta 30-0. We have declined. We have the worst roster this year than we have in the last 4.
Yeah.
When the coaches are picking up on our schemes, we have less talent. As media and some of the mafia, they're all, we're going to the Super Bowl. Take a look around. You look at the coach and the morale of the Patriots, they look pretty damn good.
Yeah, the Patriots defense, thanks, Steve. We got to get to a break. The Patriots defense has not been very good this year. Played a good game against the Bills, and we'll see. It's funny, when you said, you guys are nuts, I wasn't sure if it was we were too high or too low on the Bills, and I guess you would land with too low. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel great about their chances to win the Super Bowl with this roster as presently constructed. I think they have a lot of holes on defense. Can they fix it? Maybe. And offensively, we've had a couple of weeks here. It does not look good. So I think a couple of weeks here to figure out if they're going to add any pieces. The long season left to try and solve some of their problems, get some players back. And I think we are talking about New England. And I'm definitely talking about Kansas City. Kansas City is, to me, the team I'm looking at the most because I think they're probably the most likely to win the AFC. If I had to pick today, I'd pick them. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. But it doesn't have to go that way, And there's still a couple weeks to make a trade, decide how bold you want to get, what part of your roster needs help. We'll talk about it with you. And Jerry Ostrowski joins us at 8 o'clock this morning. Talk to him about these Allen sack stats. What's going on? Why is Josh Allen... All of a sudden, teams are getting to Allen in a way that they did not at really any point last year. It's the same offensive line, still graded well. We'll talk about it with Jerry Ostrowski coming up. 803-0550 here on WGR. In the context of the AFC, let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
definitely,
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. They're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. They're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
You still have...
Actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have these 3 teams here that,
they're favored.
Regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, we'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those three teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right, like what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs.
At some point today, we will address Owen the Parlay Killer. Sensitive subject.
You mean 0-7?
0-7?
0-7? You got to change that to your name on your Twitter account.
We get that paper bag ready because I think you should have to wear it all day today.
It really, none of us could have helped him out
By also
being with him. Like we all had to win ours.
Not only did I win my part of the parlay, you might remember I wanted Jaylen Warren over on rushing attempts. It wouldn't give it to me.
And that happened.
Yes,
too.
I went 2 for 2. No, it's like the Sabres on the power play. I went 2 for 1. I got 2 right
for 1.
And was only allowed 1
You were
pick.
150% last night. Yeah. Or 200%.
200%.
200%.
This guy's 0-7.
0-7.
0-7.
He's due. He's so due.
Yeah, he's due like the Washington Generals are due. He's due like the Sabres are due.
Yep. No, I don't even know what to say.
I don't say either.
What's the next Thursday game? Does he need to be suspended? Maybe is a question.
Yes. 803-0550. 1-888. Sometimes it's a 3-way parlay. Sometimes it's a 4. He'll kill it either way. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't
He'll
care
find a way.
If he's 1 of 3 or 1 of 4, he's going to come in. He's going to kill it.
No parlay is safe with this guy
That's
around.
right, the parlay killer. He's a stone-cold parlay killer. 803-0550.
Start doing your Vikings-Chargers research already.
You got
6 days.
Get in
6
there.
days.
You mole.
Yeah.
That yesterday was the anniversary of a Bills Monday night game against the Rams 1989, the Bills play the Rams Monday Night Football.
Okay.
And they win the game 23-20. But that's not the notable thing, according to Channel 4. I don't know anything about this game. Maybe somebody can call and say, like, oh, yeah, I was there. 76,231 attended this game.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that made it different is that beer sales were banned.
At Bills Rams in 1989.
1989 Monday Night Football, Channel 4's website, beer sales were banned to try and control the crowd for this manic Monday night comeback that marked the opening chapter of Frank Reich's legend in Buffalo. His first start after Jim Kelly got hurt and the Bills lost the week before. He led them to a 23-20 win over the Rams. But beer sales banned.
Yeah, I'm reading now. The ban applied specifically to Monday night games, which there were 2 of that year. So that Ram game being one of them and maybe the first one.
I guess.
Hey, no beer Mondays, basically, is what they decided for a year. Well, it didn't last.
No, it did not last.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The Bills' home Monday night games had gained a reputation for excessive partying, and the team wanted to take proactive steps to prevent trouble. Yeah.
How would the people that made that decision view today's tailgating scene?
They would be...
They're jumping through what?
Flabbergasted. What are we doing with bowling balls?
Yeah, right. All right, 8030550.
Ketchup and mustard? What? Yeah, they would. I would love to see it.
The NFL in 1989. 8030550 is our phone number. We're talking lots of Bills today. It's a Football Friday. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. We'll talk with Big O, Jerry Ostrowski on the other side about the Bills. The problems on the offense, are they too predictable? What changes can they make to get off this 2-game skid when they return and play Carolina? So that's coming up. We'll get your calls in as well. Don't go anywhere. Talk to Jerry, talk to you. It's all coming up here on WGR. How much of the game did you watch last night?
I fell asleep in the second half, but luckily I have the system where I can just turn it back on at some point in the second half. So I watched the fourth quarter.
Gotcha.
This morning, so I saw it.
I made the call.
I saw the comeback. I saw the old man duel back and forth. You couldn't have got better.
The Icy Hot Bowl.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, the two quarterbacks showed up for it, for sure. That was not a boring game by any means. That was scoring. And really, Thursday Night Football all year has actually been pretty darn great.
It has been a good run of Thursday Night
Jeremy
Football.
White here for
Riverfront Auto Sales. If you wonder what your Steelers, they're 27 points combined in the fourth quarter of this game. Yeah. The Bengals are down 10-0. They win 33-31 with Joe Flacco. And now we see why Mike Tomlin was so mad that the Bengals got a starting quarterback in a trade from the Browns.
Uh-huh. Well, he just decided not to try and cover those receivers, I guess.
Yeah.
There was a weird halftime interview where he was talking about stopping the run.
Yeah, he was asked what they have to do to stop Chase and Higgins and said, we have to stop the run.
Right. Great.
Yep.
Real smart dude over there that knows what he's doing.
Boy, it's tough. It is really tough what's going on in Pittsburgh. They're going to win their 9-10 games, make the playoffs.
Yes, they are.
And they're going to get waxed in the playoffs. Absolutely waxed.
By a quarterback that's better than Joe Flacco.
It's one of those spots where the spread for their first playoff game, I don't care if it's at home or where it is, the spread should be 13.5, no matter who they play.
I'm not sure it's going to be going to be at home.
It might not.
I thought about taking Baltimore to win the division. It was still almost even money, though. That's why I didn't. Why was it almost even money? Because they expect Pittsburgh was going to have a game like that.
The context of the AFC, let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
definitely,
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. They're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. They're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like you still
They
have
might actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have
honestly.
these 3 teams here that
They're favored.
regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are. Oh, okay. We'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those 3 teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right, like what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs. Bengals win on Thursday Night Football, 33-31 over the Steelers. The icy hot bowl, both quarterbacks played really well. 7 touchdown passes between the two. Flacco went for 342 yards through 23 passes to Jamar Chase. He caught 16 of those for 161 yards and a TD. Bengals go to 3-4. Steelers drop to 4-2. Pittsburgh still leading the AFC North for the time being. Baltimore on a bye at 1-5. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy and J.J. McCarthy both dealing with injuries, limited at practice. Purdy is expected to return this week. McCarthy is not. Kyler Murray also returning to practice with a foot injury, and Same deal as with McCarthy. Murray's back practicing, but Brissett is expected to get at least one more week in Arizona. George Kittle says he'll play in Week 7. So does CeeDee Lamb. So we'll see how they're listed today, but both of those players saying that they will return on Sunday. Baseball last night, the Blue Jays even up the series with Seattle, winning 8-2. Game 5 will be tonight at 6 o'clock. And in the other series, the Dodgers look like they're going to make it to the World Series. They're up 3-0 in their series over Milwaukee after beating them yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
We've had some good moments, but I also want to kind of look under the hood a little bit more and making sure that we've got everything underneath in terms of the foundation.
These windows, there was about a 2 or 3 year window with Buffalo. Maybe it's closed.
Now it seems like there's a regression that's taking place, and it could be because of what you just said. He's bereft of weapons. He's trying to play hero ball again because he knows if he doesn't do something, they ain't going to win.
Sitting at 4-2 going into a bye week. You know, at any point you can have a winning season, almost halfway through the year. I know we're not quite halfway, but I think you'll take those odds.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe. Joe Cali producing. Owen the Parlay Killer Parker is here as well. You killed a parlay last night.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll recap that at some point. It's
we were one away.
He's on an incredible run of just
if you
solo killing our parlays.
If you tuned in every week and just said, I'm going to go against what that guy says.
Yeah, the parlay minus
you are
like,
kind of giving people good betting advice. You just have to know which side to be on.
There's value. Anyway, 803-0550. It is Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. The Big O, Jerry Ostrowski, joins us on the Western Hotline. Former Buffalo Bills offensive lineman, 100 games, and Jerry and I talk every week on the Bills Squad show, and every once in a while I say, why don't you come on GR and chat with us? So he's up early and on, ready to talk Bills. Jerry, good morning.
Good morning. What's going on, fellas?
We're talking Bills, and we're also doing that thing. Every once in a while you could just have a conversation as a football fan. And if you watched the game last night, you see Chase and Higgins carve up the Steelers. And, I think it's natural, not to say that you could make it happen and the Bills are some sort of horrible situation, but you just dream about having like a Jamar Chase, right? Like a Chase and Higgins. Right. Chase got 20 targets in this game and destroyed the Steelers.
23.
23. And Joe Flacco walks into Cincinnati and just rolls Pittsburgh. It was a sight to see,
I think that sometimes we get a little bit, we forget some things as far as the NFL goes. And when coaching matters a lot, and there's a lot of things like that. But honestly, at the end of the day, it still is a player-driven league. It's about the players. It's about big-time players. It's about guys getting the ball in their hand, making plays, all those things. And, when you have two guys like that on your offense like they do in Cincinnati, it's obvious. They just went plug-and-play quarterback. They found one that understood the system, and obviously Flacco understood the game plan, which is get the ball to him as much as possible. And big plays are going to happen. And, I just think that sometimes we forget that. I mean, and coaches will tell you that as well. I mean, there's a lot of really good coaches in this world, but they've also coached a lot of really good players. And at the end of the day, you got to have guys that can make plays.
Jerry, when you look at this Bills offense, 2 weeks in a row, I think we've hit a bit of an offensive lull. And, the Bills have had their lulls over the years. I don't know how often it's been the offense that has really stepped in it. What do you see that is going wrong with this offensive unit, and what can they do to fix it?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily just broken, okay? I think that, obviously that's you get fan reaction and stuff like that. And I think, like we've talked about before, Jeremy, when it is the offense, it becomes alarming. I mean, we've kind of gotten to the point where when the offense or the defense struggles, we're like, yeah, that's fine. We know offense will be okay, you know. But I just think a little bit. Sometimes you get a little complacent in what you're doing. It works, and you don't evolve week to week as much as you should, and get into a point where you get stale. And I keep saying over and over again, I mean, these guys in the league are really, really good. They watch film. You get 3 to 4 games a week of past games. It's a copycat league. They're gonna see what others are doing. And if you're not evolving as a team and adding different things week to week, all of a sudden it becomes hard. You know, I've watched this offensive line. I think Aaron Cromer adds blocking schemes weekly. I mean, he's really good at adjustments, really good at adding some things. You know, but that has to go throughout the whole offense. Everybody.
Oh, we're losing Jerry here. I'll pick him up and try to get him back here. 803-0550. Stay on hold. We get Jerry reconnected, talking about the offense and kind of reinventing itself. And each week, you know, sticking with things that work.
Joe Brady did say earlier in the week, by the way, that, like, don't expect it to look like a totally different offense. Now, we'll see to what extent that's true, right? Like, the fact that they would be exactly the same, no new wrinkles. I don't know about that, but that he didn't really want to give in when asked about it earlier in the week as to, like, yeah, we really need to change things on offense. But then there's McDermott saying we got to get under the hood. So if McDermott goes into a meeting, it's like, yeah, I'm watching the tape. This isn't working. We can't just do the things that we've been doing all the way through.
Yeah.
Then maybe that's how you get your change.
Maybe. It is always interesting, the dynamic of the head coach. I mean, the buck stops with the head coach. He's in charge. He's the boss, so that's
right.
how it works. But the dynamic of McDermott saying, yeah, we've talked about some of his problems. And if you're a Bills fan that hears that, you might think, like, who talks to you about the ones that you've got on your defense? Because you've got some on your defense, you know. But I guess it goes unsaid. McDermott would know those, and, you know, the buck stops with him. Jerry back. Hey, Jerry, sorry about that. You're talking about, you know, the offense and whether it's predictability or adding new wrinkles week to week.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you have to progress offensively scheme-wise. I don't care how good you are. I don't care what type of players you have. The guys in this league are good. They study film. They see what others are doing. I think teams have done a very good job defensively against the Bills and containing Allen more so this year than they have in the past. And, you know, if you try to keep doing the same things because it worked, sometimes that's rough. And, you know, that's why I just think they're in a rut, because you got to progress. You know, it's one of those things. A buddy of mine once said, if you don't like change, you're really not going to like irrelevance. And that's kind of what you're looking at.
Jerry, this matchup against Atlanta, it was a lot of blitz. They got a lot of talk going into it, and then that's how it kind of played out. If other teams were to try to do the same thing, maybe like, hey, Atlanta, it worked, let's try to do the same thing, how would you think the Bills would do it differently? Whether that would be running or the quick pass game, finding its legs.
Right.
If teams were to try to copycat Atlanta, how do you think the Bills would try to respond to that?
Well, I think first and foremost, you got to look at Atlanta's personnel, and they weren't big on defense, but they were fast, aggressive. They blitzed, right? So the first thing is, if a team's going to attack you with a ton of blitzing, you've got to run gap scheme runs. You've got to run power. You got to run counter. You got to control the gaps. And blitz is beat up wide zone and things like that, because when you're running zone, you're relying on movement and things, and there's uncertainty. When you run gap schemes, it's downhill. You have duo, you got double teams, and you can control it. The other thing is, in pass protection, and watching this last Atlanta game, I thought they did some things pass protection-wise to control the blitz. It just wasn't executed very well, and that's got to change. I mean, you've got to get execution better up front as far as, you know, your blitz protections. When you start having guys do a bunch of blitzes, it's not so much, Joe, just getting the ball out quick, which you want to do, but you got to run slide protections. You got to, same thing as you do in the running game. You got to control gaps, and then, you know, go from there. So Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff pass pro-wise I thought they tried to do, they just didn't execute it, and then we didn't get to the gap running schemes until the second half. So that's what I would do a little bit different when you're playing teams like that want to blitz and that are fast.
Jerry Ostrowski joining us on the Western Hotline. Jerry, how about Dalton Kincaid? They missed him in this game, and it's year 3 for Kincaid. I feel like Bills fans maybe have been waiting for the statistical breakout, but maybe this is the year where we've finally really seen them using him in a way where their offense is at its best when he's on the field. How much of a difference does it make for him to not be out there?
Oh, it was huge. Like you said, Jerry, I mean, we've been waiting for the emergence of Kincaid since we drafted him, and it hasn't that he's been terrible. I think he's been pretty good, but third year, you kind of expect an understanding of what's going on, and obviously him and Josh spent a bunch of time this offseason. Tight ends are I've been preaching this for a couple of weeks now because I do sports radio in Oklahoma, and we're talking about the Sooners, and that's our professional sports team in Oklahoma is the Oklahoma Sooners. But, they don't have very good tight ends, and in today's football, you have to have them because you got to win the middle of the field. The mismatches you get with tight end usage, it's huge, and it's frustrating sometimes for me as a Bills fan because it seems like we get a player like Dalton merges, and then he goes away for a while because of injury. So it'd be nice to have one stay on the field all season, but that's not his fault. It's football, but hopefully he's back soon because I think it was obvious, guys, without him on the field this week, Josh wasn't very comfortable without knowing where Dalton was.
Jerry Ostrowski on the Western Hotline chatting about the Bills' bye week. Defensively, Jerry, what now? One thing you and I've talked about a lot is while this run defense is the headline is run defense is a mess, you've not been upset with the way that they play up front, that the defensive line is really not the culprit here.
No, I think that the defensive line has been playing at a pretty good clip, honestly. I mean, I'm not saying that all positions don't make mistakes, but when you look at that group, and I think the addition of Joey Bosa has been huge. I think he's given them a big veteran presence. It's given Rousseau somebody else to lean on. Rousseau's now healthy, so he's had a couple of good games in a row. And then, of course, the unexpected emergence of Deion Walker he's probably saved it quite a bit for the Bills, considering the injuries they had inside. They had to rely on this guy for, I think, over 50 snaps last week. And we're talking about this offseason of limiting him doing, OTA reps because of his back, right? So, I mean, the emergence of Walker's been huge for the Bills. But, yeah, I think they do a good job of being where they're supposed to be. They're not a two-gap scheme. It's they shoot gaps, they play gap control, but they're not going to tie up a bunch of offensive linemen. So the second-level guys have had a little bit tough lately. I think Shaq Thompson has really helped us quite a bit. 31-year-old linebacker used to be at Carolina. I think he does a good job, and honestly, he's kind of saved us in some things with some guys beat up. But, yeah, I mean, if your second-level match to that first level don't fit right, you have issues.
What about the third level? How dire is it for you in the secondary and it probably safety specifically right now? How do you see that position kind of evolving as the season goes on here?
Well, I mean, as much as, people like to get on, Cole Bishop, I see Cole Bishop progressing. I mean, he's a young player still. He's learning. I like athleticism. I think he's got willingness. Still learning maybe some angles in the NFL, some things he might have got away with at Utah he can't get away with in the league with the athletes we play against. That other safety spot is concerning. It'll be interesting to see what they do there over the bye week. I know we've heard rumblings of Jordan Poyer. I'd like to think that at some point Rapp can get close to the form that he had last year because I've loved Taylor Rapp as a safety for us in the past. I mean, I'm a huge advocate of physical, intimidating safeties in the secondary. I mean, I come from, I grew up outside of Philadelphia. It started with Andre Waters and, Brian Dawkins and some of the, those types of guys. And I'd love Rapp for that, that style of play in the past. We haven't seen it this year. And for whatever reason, he's struggling. Hopefully we get that soon. But, yeah, there needs to be something there. And it's funny. even with different parts, and they're like, oh, get this guy, get that guy. It's still hard in the secondary because you got to have, cohesion, and how does that all work? And you're just not really seeing that right now out of that Bills secondary.
Jerry Ostrowski. Jerry, thanks for the time, and we'll talk again soon.
Hey, guys, apologize for the phone issues. I'm up here in the land of Spencer Brown,
All right.
Cedar Falls, Iowa. So going to watch some UNI football this week, but always enjoy the time. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck to the Panthers, UNI Panthers, is that right?
That is right.
All right.
Panther pride, baby.
Very good. Thanks, Jerry. You can find Jerry, of course, on the Overreaction Buffalo podcast and Bill Squad show as well, part of the Locked On Bills channel. It's funny. This is something that you could think about at any time, or if you pay attention to every word the Bills say, which sometimes we do. Is it curious or interesting that rap being such an issue, it's got to be a surprise to them? McDermott, in the preseason, after the preseason game, we're all wondering who's going to play safety. Mm-hmm. It was, we're looking for the guy to play, someone to play next to T-Rap.
Right.
And here we are, and it's like, yeah, T-Rap,
he's the problem.
He's a problem.
Right.
So they've got to be very surprised by that. Is there an injury? Is there he's trying to do too much to cover up for somebody? I don't know. But they're surprised by it. There's no doubt about that, right?
They're definitely surprised by it. The money wasn't big there, but really ever since they signed him, what'd they sign him to, a 3-year deal? When they brought him back, he had signed that 1-year deal after starting in LA, and then he signs here, and it's 1 year of being a rotational guy, and then it was, we're bringing him back, and he's the starter.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't that great last year. Like, it was. There were shortcomings last year.
A lot of the numbers pointed to he was actually worse on the field for them than DeMar Hamlin was last year. But it was so close that, nobody would ever, you don't have to get up in arms about it. But maybe that covered it up for him. Like, he maybe wasn't playing that well, but everyone knew Hamlin wasn't a starting safety next to him, that we just didn't pay attention to what was happening on Rapp's side of the field. A 3-year deal, $10 million. The money's nothing. But you sign a safety to a 3-year deal with guaranteed money involved, you're probably thinking he's going to start for you through the length of that contract. And you're only into the second year of it, so I would think they're surprised. Can they get to a point, though, where they're surprised enough where they take him off the field? He's not Hyde or Poyer.
No.
It should not be so difficult to bench a guy who, a year and a half ago was a rotational piece for you. I don't think it should be like this big, story to take a guy off the field that's making $3 million. I think that's what happens. Curtis Samuel signed a 3-year deal, and it's not really working out. Well, he's injured, but it's not a big story when he gets benched or is made a healthy inactive or a healthy scratch. It's just kind of it's a footnote.
There might be an obvious answer to this that I can't think of. Who's the most high-profile Bill to have been benched?
Ever? Like by this coach?
McDermott. In the McDermott Bean era, the most high-profile Bill to have been benched. Lose their starting job mid-season.
Tyrod Taylor.
That's a correct answer.
He benched. It's a good question. He benched James Cook, but he was a rookie.
And that's a rotational position.
Right.
Who's been benched?
He never got to Milano last year.
Nope.
I don't know what maybe it is Tyrod Taylor.
It's a long time ago.
It was 8 years ago.
803-0550. We're wide open. We're going to get some instant trivia in. We're going to do the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. We're going to talk with you.
I think I have an answer.
Okay.
They eventually, after weeks of him doing nothing, got around to benching Von Miller 2 years ago.
All right, but that was an injury year. He was activated too soon off an injury because they were too desperate.
True.
And it wasn't working.
But he was a big name. He's a Hall of Famer.
For sure.
They had to eventually have the conversation of, you're out there, man, and nothing's happening. We gotta get you off.
I do want to give that the disclaimer of
he was
brought
injured.
Him back too early from injury, decided it still wasn't working.
All right, yeah.
But that's not wrong. That is a correct answer to what I asked. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for How much of the game did you watch last night?
I fell asleep in the second half, but luckily I have the system where I can just turn it back on at some point in the second half. So I watched like the fourth quarter.
Gotcha.
This morning, so I saw it.
I made the call.
I saw the comeback. I saw the old man duel back and forth. You couldn't have got better.
The Icy Hot Bowl.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, the two quarterbacks showed up for it, for sure. That was not a boring game by any means. That was scoring. And really, Thursday Night Football all year has actually been pretty darn great.
It has been a good run of Thursday Night Football, yeah. And the Bengals and the Steelers, they're 27 points combined in the fourth quarter of this game. Yeah. The Bengals are down 10-0. They win 33-31 with Joe Flacco. And now we see why Mike Tomlin was so mad that the Bengals got a starting quarterback in a trade from the Browns.
Uh-huh. Well, he just decided not to try and cover those receivers, I guess.
Yeah.
There was a weird halftime interview where he was talking about stopping the run.
Yeah, he was asked what they have to do to stop Chase and Higgins and said, we have to stop the run.
Right. Great.
Yep.
Real smart dude over there that knows what he's doing.
Boy, it's tough. It is really tough what's going on in Pittsburgh. They're going to win their 9-10 games, make the playoffs.
Yes, they are.
And they're going to get waxed in the playoffs. Absolutely waxed.
By a quarterback that's better than Joe Flacco.
It's one of those spots where the spread for their first playoff game, I don't care if it's at home or where it is, the spread should be 13.5, no matter who they play.
I'm not sure it's going to be going to be at home.
It might not.
I thought about taking Baltimore to win the division. It was still almost even money, though. That's why I didn't. But why was it almost even money? Because they expect Pittsburgh was going to have a game like that.
Context of the AFC. Let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
definitely,
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. Like, oh, they're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. Like, oh, they're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like, you still have...
Actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have these 3 teams here that,
they're favored.
Regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, we'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those 3 teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right. Like, what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like, the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs. Bengals win on Thursday Night Football. Joe Flacco throws for over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, leads the Bengals down on a game-winning field goal drive at the end, which was kicked with under 10 seconds to go, and the Bengals go to 3-4. Meanwhile, the Steelers, who still lead the AFC North, drop to 4-2. Some quarterbacks to watch going into Sunday. Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy returning to practice for their teams, but neither are expected to start on Sunday. It'd be Brissett for Arizona and Wentz one more time for Minnesota before those two get in. Meanwhile, Brock Purdy also still practicing. He was limited. More optimism that he will play. And both CeeDee Lamb in Dallas and George Kittle in San Francisco said that they will return from their injuries on Sunday. Blue Jays beat the Mariners 8-2, evening up the series at 2 games apiece. Game 5 is tonight. Dodgers take a 3-0 series lead on the Brewers. Game 5 for that series is also tonight. That'll be a late one. 8:30 for the Dodgers Brewers game, 6 o'clock for Mariners and Blue Jays. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I feel so fortunate to have been able to now play in so many different cities and just see the different people and how they react. It gives you a new appreciation for these fans. Like, I honestly never really loved coming here and playing. Now that was unbelievable tonight, and Cincinnati would kind of put it on us, I feel like, most of my career, especially when we came here. So I didn't necessarily love here, but now I get to have a new perspective, at least for tonight. And the fans, even just around town, they've been great. Saying what's up or whatever. So they're obviously very quick to forget and happy to, that we're going through this, and so am I.
Joe Flacco, after last night's win over the Steelers, Jamar Chase 16 for 161 and a touchdown. He was targeted 23 times in that game. Higgins had a touchdown. Flacco, to the 2 big gun receivers, was very good in this game. And they put up, nearly 500 yards of offense. They win. Bengals season, if Flacco goes in and does that, I don't know if he could do that every week against the Steelers, because the Steelers' defense is a disaster. Mm-hmm. But keeping them alive, and then this is where I tell you Joe Burrow's a system quarterback.
Wow. We're going right to that after last night.
No.
It was one Flacco game.
Well,
one good Flacco.
A couple more Flacco games, all of a sudden Joe Burrow's overrated. No, but Cincinnati 3-4 now, maybe not dead. The problem they're going to run into, and we teased this earlier, just look at the AFC standings. You go to the NFL website, or go anywhere you see standings for that matter. The AFC has a log jam at 4-2.
Yes.
And
yes,
the Bengals are way back at 3-4. They'd have to pass the Chiefs. If you could just go top 6 teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams make the playoffs now. The Chiefs are on the outside looking in. And when we did this earlier, we said, all right, if the Chiefs are getting in, who's falling out? Mm-hmm. And if the Bengals are also going to try and find their way in, then 2 teams have to fall out. I don't think Indy's falling out. I don't think the Bills are falling out, and I don't think the Patriots are either.
Nope.
Like, if you
I don't think so either.
Confidence that they will make the playoffs, rank them. Number 1.
Of the teams that are in?
Of all teams, because the Chiefs are not in. So Chiefs, they're going to make
number 1.
Colts.
I'd say Bills.
Bills. Okay, Bills 1. Who's 2? Colts. They're 5-1.
Chiefs.
Play the Chargers this week. Chiefs. Okay. 3.
Colts.
Colts. 4. Patriots with the schedule.
Yeah, 4.
Would you put New England ahead of Jacksonville or Denver?
Yes.
Okay.
Both. Yeah, put them ahead of both.
Chargers, Broncos.
Sorry, I put the Chargers 4th and then the Patriots 5th.
Chargers and Colts play this week. It's a big matchup.
6 would be Denver.
Okay.
And then 7, who's left that I didn't just name? That's in
Pittsburgh.
Oh, I haven't named Jacksonville. I haven't named Pittsburgh. I think I'll go Pittsburgh just because the division kind of stinks.
Yeah.
Although Baltimore could make up the ground now.
The Texans, by the way, so just real quick on the AFC, and we'll get back to your calls. The Texans are below Cincinnati now, and I think we're about to get kind of the cut line.
Yeah.
It might be Cincinnati because if the Texans lose to the Seahawks this week, which is very possible, Seattle is probably reasonably good.
Yes.
They're 2-4. And I'm sorry, but like now I've got if I the cutoff is Cincinnati, I've got 8 teams for 6 spots, and Cincinnati's one of the 8.
Yeah, I don't see it holding together.
With the Bengals?
Yeah, not enough. They don't have enough.
They next play the Jets.
Okay.
Now you're 4-4.
Yeah, I mean the Jets got to win eventually, don't they? But probably not that one.
Okay.
I just don't see it all holding together. It's not enough. Flacco to those receivers was a lot of fun, but I'm not falling for Joe Flacco again. I'm not. This is Fitz 2.0. This is Winston when he goes in. He's a lot of fun.
It's Flacco. He did it with the Browns.
He did it with the Browns for 4 games. He's been you know how long ago he left Baltimore? It's like 8. Was it 10 years ago?
It's a long time.
How long ago did he leave the Ravens? I mean, actually, it would have been Lamar's rookie year, so 2018. So there you go. It was 7 years ago. In 7 years, this dude has really only did it consistently for a third of a season. Everywhere else he's gone, this is what happens. He gives you a fun game, and I enjoy watching it. If it's on prime time, he'll chuck it around, and then what'll happen the next week? He'll throw 3 interceptions. It's what happened in Denver. It's what happened when the Jets twice. It's what eventually happened in Cleveland when they tried to bring him back. It's what happened in Indy. It's what happens everywhere.
He doesn't have to last. All he has to do,
he used to do this for 2 months.
He has to do it for how many more games?
More than
1, 2,
I'm
3,
probably
4,
willing
5,
to give him.
6 more games?
I don't think he does it for 6 more games.
Those 6 games are Jets, Bears, Steelers, Patriots, Ravens, Bills.
Not a lot of great defenses in there. But,
that's right.
But this is also, when he did it in Cleveland, he had one of the best 5 defenses in the league. And right now, that Bengals defense is not going. I mean, last night, Rodgers had his way with that defense.
He did.
I mean,
watching a team play the Bengals pass rush is like watching a training camp scrimmage where the quarterback's wearing a red jersey.
Right.
They don't touch him.
Right. Like when he was in Cleveland, he did put up the numbers. So maybe it would have gone his way anyway. But he's going to have to score every week in Cincinnati. And he's too gunslinger at this point.
You're saying fantasy find? Go ahead and pick up.
Definitely fantasy find.
Pick up Joe Flacco in your leagues.
Love him as a fantasy streamer right now. Like this is very good news for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins in fantasy because they were starting to get hairy there. But I don't. He's got to lift the whole thing up in Cincinnati. Cleveland, he had an infrastructure, and I don't think that's going to last. It's fun though. Like he's the new Fitz, and guess what? Fitz never did. Fitz never made it to the playoffs.
Right.
So it can be fun. It just doesn't always have to mean. It doesn't always have to mean winning. So when he was in Cleveland, he did score a lot. 37, 36, 20, 31, and 19 were his 5-point totals that he scored.
We have an answer to the most high-profile player the Bills maybe have benched.
Okay.
But it might not have been due to play. That's what we were getting at here. Like Tyrod, yes.
Yes.
What other player has been benched due to their play? And a shout out to Julian who sent this in. We were looking into it. LaShawn McCoy did not start a game, and Keith Ford started in his place. Which, by the way,
Week 16 of 2019.
If you had
2018.
said, do you remember Keith Ford to me, I would have said, who?
A running back who played 2 games for the Bills?
Yes.
But he did start one.
And this appears to have been disciplinary.
Yeah.
Nothing. So, to me, thank you for the answer. It's not wrong. That's not the same.
Yeah.
I want to know the last time the Bills benched a starter because of poor play.
Right. McCoy was reprimanded because he showed up late to the team bus.
Yes.
Yeah.
We had a situation. He was right. It was a private situation. I'm a captain. I got to be more accountable. Simple as that. He checked me, put me in my place. That was it. So that's like when Keon Coleman gets benched for a series. I'm trying to think of the last time a Bills player, starter, lost their job.
One other person sent in, this is on the offensive line, they benched Quentin Spain for performance reasons after he had started the whole previous year and they'd re-signed him. And then he went off about being benched, and they cut him for it.
Wasn't that before the season?
No, it was the 2 games into the year he got benched. In the 3rd game, he got benched.
Gotcha. So he lost his job 2 games in.
Yep, and then he made a fuss about it, and they cut him for it.
Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny.
But even that, by the way, that is 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a guard that wasn't like of much consequence. So it's not like that is even a very good example of this.
This kind of gets to like, is Taylor Rapp in danger, or is Terrell Bernard going to move over? Or I don't know. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. I hope Taylor Rapp's in danger of getting benched because I can't watch that on the field anymore. He's just late to everything. Doesn't make great reads out there. He looks awful. And so that leads me to my next point. Just how do we not make a move near the deadline here? The talent in our secondary just isn't there. And whether it's, a depth move, something like that, like I don't know, because if another guy gets injured or goes down throughout the season, I know like Dorian Strong might come back and be great. Who knows? But if somebody else goes down, well, you have another hole at corner again or a hole at safety. So, I want to see a move. I want to see a move for a receiver. I know you've been banging your fists against the wall, Jeremy, for a receiver, and I hope Brandon Beane's not too stubborn to say, like, I made my moves for a receiver. I don't want to do it anymore, because obviously what we watched last night with Higgins and Jamar Chase, it's fun. It's fun to have a guy like that, and that's what we're missing. We're missing a guy who can create his own space, create separation, and be kind of that do-it-all receiver. And that's what we had with Stephon Diggs when he was here. And so I want a guy like Olave. I don't know if he's available. I don't know if they're going to make him available, but doesn't Olave kind of remind you of like that Stephon Diggs build? They're both like 6 feet, 185, 190 pounds, like similar speed, similar attributes, good route runners. Like maybe Olave is a little bit more injury prone. I don't know, but
yep, he is.
I want to see it. He's that guy who sign him now. You're not going to get another guy like that in the draft, because hopefully you're drafting late every year. But go get that guy now. Bring him in. Like, who cares how many picks he has to give up? We suck at picking in the first round anyway, and the second round. We're not good at it, or Bean's not good at it. It's just we have gotten, and like to your other points about being predictable, it just you're right. It's very predictable on offense. James Cook is getting the ball if we're under center. Second down, it's probably going to be a little flare screen to somebody. Or
second down, it tends to be a run if it's short. Second and short. That's one of the spots they have been very predictable going back a couple of years, is they are run heavy on second and short. They are kind of Joe Brady. It's, listen, thanks, Johnny, for the phone call. I mean, Brady's done a nice job and could become a head coach and could win the Super Bowl for the Bills this year, and we'll toast him forever. The concern I've always had with him, this goes back to the first playoff game against the Chiefs that he had, which was they're just very, very acting like 2nd and 4, the goal has to be 5. I want to try and get 5, or in third and shorter, instead of taking your shot plays on a 2nd and 2 or the 2nd and 3. Is that really down into the minutia of an offense? Maybe. I don't run offenses. I don't know how they run. I know Brady's done a pretty good job, but overall, I've just never liked his style. And the receiver point is, it's kind of odd. It's always been kind of odd to me. We talk about their receiving core, and to me, it's just like, why don't you get a bunch of guys that can separate? A bunch of them. And here it's like, oh, we got one. One? Why do I have one?
Right.
On Olave.
The other weird part about Brady is that he never had a stop before this where he didn't. It's only 2 stops, but he had this in both of his previous stops. How did the guy that was at LSU with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson evolve into this offense? Even in his first stop in Carolina, he had 2,000-yard receivers in DJ Moore and at the time Robbie Anderson, what kind of receivers are those guys?
Possession.
They're speed and they're separators.
Oh, Robbie Anderson.
Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore, that's speed and that's separation. And both of those guys went for 1,000 yards in the same year with Teddy Bridgewater at quarterback, by the way, in a Joe Brady offense. How did the guy, and LSU is the bigger part of that, this is what he believes works? And it has worked to a degree, so credit to him for making it work to this point, but I don't know. There's no desire from him to say, man, I miss having a guy like Chase and Jefferson when I'm calling plays.
803-0550. Thank you for the phone call. On Olave, just, how do you want to boil it down? Lots of different ways. Like, it's important to remember that when the Bills traded Diggs, you're talking about elite separator. One of the 3 best in the league. You're going to cover him with one player, he's going to be open every play. Mm-hmm. And why did he get the ball so much? Because he was open all the time. That's just it. He was open all the time. Are there some receivers that were better at certain things? Definitely. Olave is not quite that, but he's the closest of any idea you've heard outside of Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk is an elite separator. And
there was a Twitter discussion about Garrett Wilson yesterday. He would be that, but I don't think he's actually available.
No, that's right. The Jets are probably going to draft a quarterback.
Right. And they're going to want him.
I just think any idea about this is, if they did it, would I be happy? Yes, but I don't really entertain it as a realistic idea. The cost and contract, it would be another 4 or 5 years of the Bills not getting the benefit of having this position cheap. They have it with Coleman, cheap, but he's not really outperforming that.
No.
He's not giving them what they could.
He's not giving them more than what another player at $2 million would give them.
That's probably right. And rookie receivers, it's just like you have this conversation about rookie quarterback contracts. The rookie receiver contract is so valuable. So if they want to trade when they traded for Cooper, I was glad they did it. I of course would say that's not the best idea. The best idea is to go back in time if already drafted 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. So anyway, Olave, I just don't think it's realistic. I'm talking myself into them not making a trade because I don't know where it would be. We already kind of laid out that
corner.
If they wanted to make that's right, corner. If they wanted to make a move at linebacker, they would make a Shaq Thompson kind of move. They have Shaq Thompson. At safety, they'd make a Jordan Poyer kind of move. They have Jordan Poyer. At corner,
yeah.
Is that why Cam Taylor-Britt was scratched last night for Cincinnati? He just didn't play.
Maybe. I've talked myself into the Tariq Woolen idea a lot, too. He'd be kind of expensive, maybe. But I am falling for the idea a little bit of, how it depends. How long do you think Taron Johnson's got playing at this level? Has he got a lot longer?
It's a good question.
Because the more I think about the Woolen idea, the maybe biggest downside of that is I'm spending a lot to get a really good corner that's going to block Max Hairston in the future. What about the idea, though, of having 3 corners that you can move around? Woolen becomes almost like a big nickel. The Steelers are not the best example this morning of this, but that might be more because of their coaching, more in their personnel. But they've been bumping Jalen Ramsey in and out from he's my big nickel corner to he's bouncing to the outside. He could do both. And Woolen maybe could become that for you, where you could have 3 corners that are still playing all the time. It's just not going to be like it was with Taron Johnson where, okay, Taron Johnson's my nickel corner on every down. You might have some downs where Benford is your nickel, some downs where Woolen, because he's bigger, is your nickel, some downs maybe where you want Hairston in the slot because he's following Worthy around. You'd be more multi-dimensional with Woolen in the picture. Again, though, he's probably more expensive than a lot of these other ideas.
I still think he doesn't tackle. I think that's one of the things about him.
That he doesn't tackle?
Yeah.
Which is weird because he is big. He's like 6'4". For a corner, that's about as big as you get, actually.
He's 6'4"?
I thought he's 6'4".
Because I know Coleman caught one over him, and it was kind of impressive that he did that.
Yeah, he's 6'4".
Yeah, 6'4", 210. All right. 803-0550, our number. The Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy coming up top of the hour. More of your phone calls as well. Happy Friday. Made it to a Friday. Football Friday. And such a wide open weekend of productivity. No Bills game. What are we going to do? Learn another
yard work.
Learn a language. Start woodworking.
I was thinking more just like get your snowblower started.
That's not a bad idea.
That's probably a thing to do this weekend.
It's October 17th. Going apple picking this weekend. Carve pumpkins. Sunday we're carving pumpkins.
Ooh, that might, okay. Carving pumpkins.
I'm ready to tell you, we're in the golden age of pumpkin carving.
It also might be your last fall golf weekend. Because it's supposed to rain all next week, and it's going to be swampy quick.
Okay, that might be right.
Just saying.
All right.
If you want to get a last round or two in, you might want to do it in the next 48 hours.
Yeah. Well, all right. Yeah, I'm looking at the forecast, and I've got rain every day of next week.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It's probably best that I don't play golf for a little while.
What? Wow.
It's probably for the best.
It is?
Yeah, I'm like Owen with parlays out there. It's just not going well.
Owen's catching
I'm
so
just
many strays.
kidding. Owen with a parlay. Owen hitting a parlay is like me hitting a fairway at the end of this season. Just not happening.
Would you rather be able to hit a parlay or hit a drive 300 yards down the fairway?
Great question. If I told you could hit every parlay, well, that's just you're going to be rich then, right?
Yeah.
Versus you could hit every fairway for the rest of your life. Basically, this question will become: how much would you pay to be able to hit every fairway for the rest of your life?
Well, can I tell you
would you pay $20,000 to say every fairway or every drive you hit for the rest of your life will be in a fairway?
No, because that'd be boring. If you just
it wouldn't.
If you just knew it, it would be boring. No, it's got to be.
This is the terrible. But
it's got to be an accomplished skill. You can't just give it to a person. You have to be able to do it.
It's boring to be Tiger Woods.
No, Tiger Woods earned it.
Don't you have to earn your parlay wins? What
if you knew a guy that paid a magical genie to hit 300 down the middle every time, when you played golf with him, you'd say, "Congratulations, dude. That's pretty lame."
Are you saying it's boring to be LeBron? He just has God-given talent.
He worked at it. If I just paid a genie to be able to dunk, it's not as good.
I think
got
this
to
is
earn
crazy.
that.
I don't know.
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
You think that's crazy? Awesome. Wait till you hear what I had a thought about. I had a thought yesterday about Brandon Beane as GM of the Bills, and why did I think about this? Because when we talked to him at training camp, we'd find out like he's really close to a scratch golfer. And I thought to myself, well, would I rather be a GM of an NFL team or a scratch golfer? And I gave that a lot of thought. And I think
because GM of a team doesn't have to last forever.
Right. That's right.
In fact, what's the average tenure? Like 3 years?
You make a lot of money. You'd be probably fine.
A lot of money involved.
Scratch golfer is going to carry you through for a long time.
And being a GM of a sports team isn't like everybody's kind of dream, even though it's not a
No, it definitely is. Well, everyone's dreams to be a GM more than it is a coach.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway,
I had that thought. Would I rather be a GM or a scratch golfer? And I mean, it's a thought.
Put a poll up. That's a good question.
I mean, GM would smash it.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I could just be a 5 handicap. That's not a scratch golfer.
You could be a 5 handicap?
No, I'm saying like I'll just take GM and being a 5 because I'm a GM. I'll play golf all the time.
But you can't just become a 5. You're GM and then you're the golfer you are now, where you can't hit fairways.
I could become a 5 if I was like professionally able to spend my life golfing every day. That's absolutely attainable. You agree?
Somewhat.
I'm a 10.
You're busy.
I'm busy. All right, what are we talking about? We got to get out of here. At some point today, we will address Owen the Parlay Killer. Sensitive subject.
You mean 0-7?
0-7.
0-7. You got to change that to your name on your Twitter account.
We get that paper bag ready because I think you should have to wear it all day today.
It really, none of us could have helped him out
by also
being with him. Like we all had to win ours.
Not only did I win my part of the parlay, you might remember I wanted Jaylen Warren over on rushing attempts. It wouldn't give it to me,
and that happened.
Yes, I went 2 for 2. No, it's like the Sabres on the power play. I went 2 for 1. I got two
for
right
one.
and was only allowed
You
one
were
pick.
150% last night. Yeah. Or 200%.
200%.
200%.
This guy's 0-7.
0-7.
0-7.
He's due. He's so due.
Yeah, he's due like the Washington Generals are due. He's due like the Sabres are due.
Yep. No, I don't even know what to say.
I don't say either.
What's the next Thursday game? Does he need to be suspended? Maybe is a question.
Yes. 803-0550. 1-888. Sometimes it's a three-way parlay. Sometimes it's a four. He'll kill it either way. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't
He'll
care
find a way.
If he's 1 of 3 or 1 of 4, he's going to come in. He's going to kill it.
No parlay is safe with this guy
That's
around.
right, the parlay killer. He's a stone-cold parlay killer. 803-0550.
Start doing your Vikings-Chargers research already.
You
got 6 days.
Get in
6
there.
days.
You mole.
Yeah.
The context of the AFC, let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that
8
anybody,
years.
how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
Definitely.
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. Like, oh, they're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. Like, oh, they're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like, you still
have... Actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have
honestly.
these 3 teams here that,
they're favored.
regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, okay, we'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those 3 teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right. Like, what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like, the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but
we're late to a break again already.
Further.
Sorry about that. We were talking about golf and stuff. Friday, October 17th. Hey, congratulations to the Blue Jays.
2-2.
Yeah.
Haven't had a home team win in that series yet.
They play tonight, 6:08 in Seattle. Now,
nice.
If you're a Blue Jays fan and you're superstitious, should you want your team to win?
Yes.
Why? All the road teams win?
They're on the road tonight.
Yeah. Wouldn't that mean you're going to lose if you're superstitious, you're going to lose at home in 7? So, in fact, what you want them to do is lose tonight to go down 3-2, thereby breaking the no home team is going to win curse, come home to try to win a pair of home games and go to the World Series. Just saying. Don't shake your head at me.
If I had,
shake your head at the superstitious people that would say stuff like this. Shake your head at the person that when the Bills lose to the Chiefs in the regular season say, well, actually, that means they're going to beat them in the playoffs.
If I were in Toronto, like seriously covering the Blue Jays, and somebody came at me with that argument, I would take this coffee, I would take the lid off and throw it right at them.
Super Great American Football Friday frenzy. I'm just asking questions. That's all. We'll do SCAF coming up on the other side.
Okay, I want to hear this in 3 weeks when the Bills play the Chiefs. That they should lose. They should lose to the Chiefs.
Oh.
Everyone's going to feel better, right, when they lose 42-17 to Kansas City here.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
WGR Sports
How much of the game did you watch last night?
I fell asleep in the second half, but luckily I have the system where I can just turn it back on at some point in the second half. So I watched the fourth quarter.
Gotcha.
This morning, so I saw it.
I made the call.
I saw the comeback. I saw the old man duel back and forth. You couldn't have got better.
The Icy Hot Bowl.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, the two quarterbacks showed up for it, for sure. That was not a boring game by any means. That was scoring. And really, Thursday Night Football all year has actually been pretty darn great.
It has been a good run of Thursday Night Football, yeah. And the Bengals and the Steelers, they're 27 points combined in the fourth quarter of this game.
Yeah.
The Bengals are down 10-0. They win 33-31 with Joe Flacco, and now we see why Mike Tomlin was so mad that the Bengals got a starting quarterback in a trade from the Browns.
Uh-huh. Well, he just decided not to try and cover those receivers, I guess.
Yeah.
There was a weird halftime interview where he was talking about stopping the run.
Yeah, he was asked what they have to do to stop Chase and Higgins and said, we have to stop the run.
Right. Great.
Yep.
Real smart dude over there that knows what he's doing.
Boy, it's tough. It is really tough what's going on in Pittsburgh. They're going to win their 9-10 games, make the playoffs.
Yes, they are.
And they're going to get waxed in the playoffs. Absolutely waxed.
By a quarterback that's better than Joe Flacco.
It's one of those spots where the spread for their first playoff game, I don't care if it's at home or where it is, the spread should be 13.5, no matter who they play.
I'm not sure it's going to be going to be at home.
It might not.
I thought about taking Baltimore to win the division. It was still almost even money, though. That's why I didn't. But why was it almost even money? Because they expect Pittsburgh was going to have a game like that. Bengals win on Thursday Night Football, 33-31 over the Steelers. Late field goal. Joe Flacco, 342 yards and 3 touchdowns, set them up at the end of the game to win it. Pittsburgh falls to 4-2. They do still lead the AFC North for the time being, and Cincinnati hanging around at 3-4 at the moment. Elsewhere around the NFL, some quarterback injuries going into the week. Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy are practicing for the Cardinals and Vikings, but neither are expected to play yet on Sunday. One more game for Jacoby Brissett and Carson Wentz. Meanwhile, Brock Purdy, who's back practicing, there's more optimism about him actually returning and playing for the Niners. CeeDee Lamb in Dallas, George Kittle in San Francisco, both say they will make their returns this week in Week 7. Baseball last night, the Toronto Blue Jays evening up the series with the Seattle Mariners with an 8-2 win. Game 5 is tonight, back in Seattle at just after 6 o'clock. The Dodgers, meanwhile, beat the Brewers to go up 3-0 in their series. They can clinch a spot to the World Series with a win tonight. That game will be at 8:30. This update brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I'm going to take another running back over on catches, which I know sounds crazy.
He was a degenerate gambler. He was also the biggest loser in the whole world.
Kenneth Gainwell's number is at 2.5, and he's gone 6-6 the last 2 weeks.
They called him mush because everything he touched turned to mush.
I've put a lot of thought into this pick. If this misses, I'm retired.
No, I don't even know what to say.
I don't say.
Does he need to be suspended?
You mole.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
They're calling him 0-7 on the streets.
0-7.
0-7. Owen the Parlay Killer.
They're calling me a lot of things on the streets, Jimmy. They're calling me a lot of things.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's Football Friday. Owen's wearing the paper bag. If you're streaming online and you're seeing us on YouTube, you're seeing a couple things. One, you're seeing Owen wearing the paper bag that says Parlay Killer. Two, you're seeing me donning the kit of the 2 straight weeks now leading the Premier League top of the table, Arsenal Football Club. Always good to have that on. What else? Joe Callie's here. Joe DiBiase's here. What's that say? You wrote more words on your Parlay Killer mask? What's it say?
Oh, wrong side.
Made me. What is it? Fade me?
Fade me.
Fade me.
Fade me.
All right.
Don't listen to me. Nobody listen to me.
We're going to get the Super Great American Football Friday frenzy, and we'll get a couple of calls here in too as well. Happy Friday. Bills bye week. What's everybody going to do with their time? Watch Colts Chargers. And
the Chargers are wearing all gold this week. I'm excited for that. Gold pants, gold jerseys.
Who do they look like when they wear those? Kent State? Who wears all the Nashville Predators? Who do they look like?
Sure, the Nashville. Who wears all yellow?
Yeah.
Well, the Predators, though, have blue pants, so even not to that extent.
Right.
But that would be close. I don't know what Kent State wears these days. I haven't watched them play football in a while.
The Chiefs host the Raiders. I bet they win by...
That's the biggest spread of the week. I think it's 12.5.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if the Chiefs are... I almost want to say, they'll win by 4 because they always do. But this year's version might be different. We might have one of those years where they're just going to win by double digits routinely. Why won't they dominate the Raiders?
Maybe their defense isn't as good as it has been in past years.
That's right.
Maybe. I mean, beating Detroit by 13 is impressive. Beating Baltimore by 17, beating the Giants by 13. Right, like they're not the one-score games this year, they're actually losing. Really, this is where, like, right now, this might be a tough question to answer. Who's the best team in the NFL?
Detroit.
Right now. You'd say Detroit?
I would say Detroit.
You'd say Detroit even though they just lost by 13 to the Chiefs?
Yes.
Because the Chiefs...
Because I watched that game, and why did they lose by 13 to the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Because fourth down stuff. Like they scored a touchdown that came off the board, and then they settled for a field goal. They had another fourth down. Like,
Still would say, though, the Chiefs are like on par with them.
Oh, I agree with that.
Because the game might have been super close.
I think it's probably Lions, Chiefs. I want to put the Bills in the top 5.
I think even though they're 3-3, I'd want to put them number 1. And part of that is, I think, consistent with what last year was, which is don't overreact to one-score game results. And last year, I didn't want to overreact to the Chiefs are a 15-win football team because they won a million games by blocked field goals and penalties and stupid fumbles off quarterbacks' faces at the end of games. And even though they did make it to the Super Bowl, I feel like that ended up being accurate. That they were not nearly as good as the team that ended up winning the Super Bowl, and that got exposed when they got there. This year, they're losing the one-score games. They lost by 4 to the Chargers. They lost by 3 to the Eagles. They lost by 3 to the Jaguars. And
the Jaguars,
in their wins, they're winning comfortably.
And the Jaguars, they lost in part because they drove down to the 1 and threw a 100-yard pick six.
Right. So kind of it's to me flipped from last year. I don't want to overreact to the one-score losses the same way I didn't want to overreact to the one-score wins. And if I'm not overreacting to the one-score losses, what's to stop me from saying they're the best team in the league? Not much. Maybe it's the defense. But I would have a hard time answering anybody else right now. I wouldn't say Tampa. Tampa is on every power ranking in the world, number 1 today, aren't they? But I'm not all the way there. Who are people putting number 1 in their power rankings? Is it the Lions, even though they just lost to Kansas City? Are they putting the Bills there? Are they putting the Packers there? I don't know. The Packers lost to Cleveland.
We are in a weird spot where
Seattle is actually, to me, maybe looked the most impressive, and maybe them in Indy, but you're hesitant to do that because then I'm crowning Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold quarterbacking the best team in football.
Yeah. It is odd. If you're a Bills fan and someone comes to you and says, who they beat, you'd say, they beat Baltimore.
Right.
But then
the healthiest Baltimore has been, by the way.
That's right. But then if you ask a Bills fan about Baltimore, like, they stink. Like 1-5, their defense is bad. Lamar's no good. Lamar had a terrible start to the season. It's more than just injuries. He had a terrible start to the season.
A lot of sacks that he took. Yeah.
Anyway, all right. CJ in Buffalo, and then the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy.
Gentlemen, good morning. I'm sorry. I am very upset with the Buffalo Bills right now, and I'm just going to rant off real quick.
All right.
One, that we need elite players. I don't care if you overload on offense or defense, and we need to make one station perfect. Because for some reason, the Buffalo Bills keep doing this thing where let's fix this balance everywhere. Let's go to the second wave of free agency. Let's get certain type of talent. No, you have a clock on Josh Allen. You had a clock on our defense. You had a clock on Poyer High. They're gone. Tre'Davious White, the top line talent for him is gone. What are you doing? You're not going to have a perfect team unless you somehow stumble upon it, just like the Eagles did. And all of a sudden, all their picks worked out. I don't care about picks. At the end of the day, when you go get talent or picks, it's going to cost you money, and then it's going to cost you time. First, you're going to have the money, or it's going to cost you a draft pick. Go trade for it. The money will come later, and then all of a sudden, you want to move everything forward with the run game now. Now we finally got a run game. This is what Sean McDermott wanted. You're telling Josh Allen don't run a few years ago. Hey, think. Use your brain. Okay, he's doing that. Now you have an offensive line that's great, but you don't have that great defense anymore. You're wasting time. Go get a player. The AFC is waiting for you to take it. They're saying here, the Baltimore Ravens ain't the Baltimore Ravens of 2024. The Chiefs ain't the Chiefs from 2024. The defense, they're playing defense like they still have Snead on the other side of McDuffie. They don't. They're gettable. A lot of teams are gettable. Their offense is there. We got a team, a quarterback where we can have an offense too. Our wide receivers get open for the last couple of weeks, just like the Bengals had a quarterback that wasn't doing anything, but he has Higgins and Chase. They finally got somebody to try to find that balance to use their talent. And as far as the OC, I don't want to see the jet sweep anymore. I don't want you to go into the playoffs with a tush push again like when the Chiefs stopped us last season. I don't want to go into the Baltimore game where a two-point conversion, the best play you can come up with is a jump ball to Keon Coleman. What are we doing?
Thanks, CJ. No notes? I mean, he said he wanted to rant.
He did rant. I don't know. They're not going to get elite players in the middle of this season.
It's not likely.
No. There's nobody
You need a couple to develop. Maybe Kincaid is at the start of showing us he is that.
I really think.
Like, that's the closest we've got is like, all right, Kincaid is ready to show he's that. He's all that.
I really think that might be happening. Like, I think they missed him a lot on Sunday. He was the only thing that was working against New England.
Yep.
The week before. And all year he's been efficient. Number 1 in the league in yards per route run for tight ends. Which part of that story is he's not on the field. But that's part of the point, though. When he is out there, they are throwing to him, and it is working. So bail on everybody eats, come back from the bye, and say, let's really look at everything. Let's look at the tape. Who's been playing really well this year, and who should we be focusing on getting the ball to more? Let's not hand the ball off to Dawson Knox. Let's not try to make sure we're getting Elijah Moore involved. Stop throwing back shoulders to Keon Coleman. What's working right now? Funnel the ball to James Cook and Dalton Kincaid. Right. That's what's working.
And if you want to do that, that's why you don't need a number 1 receiver. You might need just Josh Palmer to be there to be worth paying attention to.
Sure.
You'd like to be better at receiver. I'm always going to want to be better at that spot.
I want the pieces now to start executing roles that could get Kincaid open.
Yeah.
That's what I want. What I want out of Palmer is maybe, I don't want to go crazy with his expectations. He's a 700-yard receiver for his career at his best. Like, he's not a guy that's going to come in and take games over.
Yeah.
So what do I really want from him? I want you to be just good enough at keeping defenses to respect you down the field and, maybe not letting them blitz all the time because you're going to beat them in man coverage. And all of these things, you as a threat on the outside is going to help me get Kincaid open. Everything in the pass game, I think, now should be geared towards what does this player, and this player do to help me get my number 1 tight end the ball.
Kincaid on the field versus Kincaid off the field. Saw some splits on this. Chris Trapasso passed these along. Now, granted, it's this season, small sample, but here's what you get. When Kincaid is on the field, they run for more yards per attempt by nearly 2 yards.
Okay.
Yards after contact per attempt running the ball is another additional yard. Broken tackle rate is higher. Touchdown percentage is higher. Receiving, yards per target is higher. Yards after catch per reception is higher.
Yep.
Everything's higher. The ADOT is lower. Yards per dropback is higher. Their EPA, when he's on the field, 0.29. When he's off, it's like a 0.
Yeah.
So him on the field and him off the field with this offense, if they go and they dig in their hole, all right, what do we do this year? Well, it's kind of like when last year when Bean was asked about Cooper, he said, well, when we got him, he was in the lineup, we averaged 7 more points per game. When Kincaid is on the field, the Bills are a much better offense, a lot better. And does that mean we could see him tick up to a crazy high percentage of snaps by his standard? Maybe. 803-0550.
Even just somewhat of an increase. If you're worried about, his play strength and his availability is a part of this, because you're going to want him for the playoffs. And he was injured last year, and here he's already injured, right? He's got an oblique injury. So if you don't want to play him 100% like some of the top tight ends in the league because you're worried about that, that's fine. But it can't be half. It's at half. There's a middle ground here. Can we get him on the field for 75%? How about 80%? But I can't be having a serious game where that dude is my best pass catcher and he's not on the field for half the snaps.
And Keon Coleman's on for like 90%.
Right. There has to be some sort of uptick.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
What's he on pace for? He's got 57 yards per game. What is that? Kincaid? It's a 975-yard pace. Even that. It's not.
Still not.
But is he maybe capable of more than that? If he was on the field for 85% and the offense was more geared towards, we don't have to worry about spreading it around. We want to get to our best players and he's our best player. Let's focus on him. Then maybe he's catching 1,200 yards.
Right. Well, that's Shakir. Shakir last year had a great year, and people thought, can he get to 1,000 yards? And the answer was always, if you throw it to him more. Whoever you throw. This is another part of Everybody Eats that is baked in a good way, but also there's a drawback to it. We kind of said it after the playoff game. If everybody eats, then no one's accountable. It's almost like their effort to make everybody accountable makes nobody, to us, who am I supposed to ask for a big game out of? It sounds like a lot of Bills fans here are ready. Feed Cook, feed Kincaid. We know they're good. Those are the best players you've got, your best weapons. Shakir you paid. Like, all right, fine. You've got some ancillary pieces. That's great. I don't need jet sweeps to Elijah Moore. What are you trying to prove? Curtis Samuel's never in your lineup. If he is, great. I'll see him every once in a while. But I want my offense to be easy button throws, but not even that, but just reliable. Who am I going to on this 3rd and 6? When it's 4th and 5, here's where the Bills have to be different. It's 4th and 5 against Kansas City. They're about to blitz your face off. What's your call? Against Atlanta, they had no answers. Against Kansas City in that AFC Championship game, it was orbit motion to Shakir was the intended play. Like, that can't be the play again. I got to have guys I know can get open. And if that's about to be Kincaid because he's more reliable, then, like, giddy up. Let's go. That's a very good development.
Right now, yards per route run on the season, all players, include wide receivers, include running backs. When you run a route, who's averaging more yards per the route you run than Kincaid in the league? Jackson Smith-Njigba, Puka Nacua, Stephon Diggs. End of list. 3 guys in the league are right now giving you more for every route they run than this guy. And I'm not saying that he will hold up as 4th in the league in that category if you're playing him 90%. But can I explore that? Can I see how high it can stay? How efficient it could be if he's playing that much and running all the routes? I don't need him to be out there for every single rundown if you want to put Hawes and Knox out there. Really, honestly, the snap stat to me is almost irrelevant. Like, because that does include the run blocking and whatnot, and that's not the most important part here. It's what percentage of your pass plays is he running a route. That's more important to me, and that number is 63%. That's the more scary number to me.
That's a tight end.
I don't mind if he's not on the field for run plays, but we can't be 37%, a third of the pass plays. Your best pass catcher's not out there.
Oh, okay. It's not when he's on.
No,
you're
it's
saying
percentage of their pass plays that he's running a route. It's 63%. That's way too low, I think.
Yeah.
It ranks 26th amongst tight ends.
Yeah,
he's the most efficient tight end in the league, and he's running around on pass plays 26th at the position.
Yeah.
Those two numbers shouldn't coexist.
803-0550 is the phone number. Jeremy and Joe. The problem is that means you're going to go 2 tight ends. It's not a problem. You could use this. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers. It really.
You want to do 2? You want to do 3 receivers and Kincaid's the tight end and you're throwing it to him? However you do it.
If Kincaid's the tight end, there's not enough of a threat of running the ball, right? To have 3, to have 3 receivers and Kincaid be your tight end. I don't know. All right, just go beat Carolina. Everybody will settle down, us included, maybe. Then the Chiefs game is going to put us in. I mean, that's going to be a day.
Carolina has the Jets this week, by the way. So they're going to be coming off back-to-back wins at 4-3. That will help the Bills' strength of record.
Good.
For people that are worried about the fact that the teams they've beaten are 3-21.
Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. When we return, the Icy Hot Bowl was hot. Joe Flacco did the thing. Jamar Chase. Man, if you had Jamar Chase in Dynasty or any sort of fantasy league and you thought, I'm dead in the water, you're back, baby. 23 targets. You are back. All right, the frenzy when we return.
On my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs.
In the context of the AFC, let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because
No.
why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single
Yep.
year for 5 years.
I don't know that
8
anybody,
years.
how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think
Right.
you might, to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
Definitely.
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. Like, oh, they're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. Like, oh, they're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like, you still
They might
have...
actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have
honestly.
these 3 teams here that,
They're favored.
regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, oh, okay, we'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those 3 teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right? Mm-hmm. So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right, like what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs.
How much of the game did you watch last night?
I fell asleep in the second half, but luckily I have the system where I can just turn it back on at some point in the second half. So I watched like the fourth quarter.
Gotcha.
This morning, so I saw it.
I made the call.
I saw the comeback. I saw the old man duel back and forth. You couldn't have got better.
The Icy Hot Bowl.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, the two quarterbacks showed up for it, for sure. That was not a boring game by any means. That was scoring. And really, Thursday Night Football all year has actually been pretty darn great.
It has been a good run of Thursday Night Football, yeah. And the Bengals and the Steelers, they're 27 points combined in the fourth quarter of this game.
Yeah.
The Bengals are down 10-0. They win 33-31 with Joe Flacco. And now we see why Mike Tomlin was so mad that the Bengals got a starting quarterback in a trade from the Browns.
Uh-huh. Well, he just decided not to try and cover those receivers, I guess.
Yeah.
There was a weird halftime interview where he was talking about stopping the run.
Yeah, he was asked what they have to do to stop Chase and Higgins and said, we have to stop the run.
Right. Great.
Yep.
Real smart dude over there that knows what he's doing.
Boy, it's tough. It is really tough what's going on in Pittsburgh. They're going to win their 9-10 games, make the playoffs.
Yes, they are.
And they're going to get waxed in the playoffs. Absolutely waxed.
By a quarterback that's better than Joe Flacco.
It's one of those spots where the spread for their first playoff game, I don't care if it's at home or where it is, the spread should be 13.5, no matter who they play.
I'm not sure it's going to be going to be at home.
It might not.
I thought about taking Baltimore to win the division. It was still almost even money, though. That's why I didn't. But why was it almost even money? Because they expect Pittsburgh was going to have a game like that.
football.
Super great American football Friday frenzy.
Don't blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
Mike Tomlin, you know when he blinks? Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
The number is 0-7 against divisional opponents on Thursday nights?
Yeah. Yeah, really getting him ready. Make sure you remember that the next time someone on TV says, "Oh, you know Mike Tomlin will have those guys ready in a short week." No, he never actually does.
Do you want a conspiracy?
Love one.
I got a conspiracy for you.
On Tomlin?
No, but on last night's game.
Okay. Is this something to do with Michael Jordan being a Bengals fan and people are debating whether that could actually be real?
What if I said yes to that
Collinsworth
question?
said Michael Jordan is a Cincinnati Bengals fan. Everyone's like, no, what? How could he possibly be? What possible connection is there? Everyone's like, no one could find anything. But Collinsworth said it. So, I don't know. Maybe he likes the stripes.
Could be. No, the conspiracy theory is this. A very strange thing happened last night. The Steelers went for a fourth down.
Okay.
4th and 1.
Oh, okay.
Did you see what they ran?
When did they do that? I forgot.
They ran a tush-push.
With Rodgers?
Yes.
Oh, I missed. Was that late?
No, first half. And you know what happened?
I didn't see that.
Do you know what happened?
No.
They called the guard for a false start.
Wow.
So, looky here.
Interesting.
The league wants the tush-push out. You don't want to flag the Eagles for doing it because then all of a sudden, hey, look.
Okay.
We can't officiate this play. They called the guard for a false start. It was no different than what the Eagles did.
I thought the conspiracy would be we're going to let the Eagles do it all year to drive the irritation with it.
All right.
To kind of get more and more people on board with hating it.
I'll listen to that too.
We're going to let them false start all year because that's going to drive people insane and that's going to get them to ban it.
Let me see if I can find the video for you. I'll tweet it out right here. The Steelers got called for a false start on a tush push, and I just don't know what to do with it. It didn't look any different than any of these other
the Eagles do
tush push false starts.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. I'm watching a comparison. They're in slow motion.
Sure, but
they both leave early.
Bingo. That's the penalty. It's a penalty. If you're only going to call it a little bit over versus that. Too tough.
Very strange.
When that happened last night, I thought, here we go. This is our gateway. This is the perfect way to get the tush push out of the game, which I fully support getting it out of the game. Now they're going to call false starts on it.
So I'm looking up the play now, and one tweet that I found immediately was the Steelers' mistake was that only some of their line false started. When the Eagles run the tush push, the entire line false starts, and that's what allows them to get away with it. That could be right. I'm not saying they're doing that on purpose, but could that be why the refs don't call the Eagles for it? Because if they're all false starting, it looks like they're all leaving at the same time except for the center.
Right.
The Steelers, it was just two guys that left, and that's very easy to spot. All of this is why the play shouldn't exist, though.
Right. All right, there's my conspiracy for you.
I like it.
All right, on to the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. The games we get. The storylines, biggest game of the week, There's
a couple big games.
There are. But for Bills fans, I want to say Colts-Chargers.
Okay.
Because if the Colts lose, the 1-seed race is a million two-loss teams right now.
Yep.
We thought the Bills were in the driver's seat there with Indianapolis, and now Indy's 5-1. They play the Chargers, who are 4-2, and a Charger win would mean potentially your 5-2 teams are Jacksonville if they win, Pittsburgh if they win their next game, the Patriots, the Bills. You just have a logjam, and the 1-seed race is very live with the Chiefs sitting one game back and coming here in a couple of weeks. So Colts, Chargers, I think it's root for the Chargers for sure.
Yeah, I'm with that, and keep the Kansas City possibility being on the road.
Thank
in
you.
The playoffs.
I got a tweet. Rodgers wasn't on the sneak. They brought a tight end for the sneak.
Okay.
Point remains. Thank you. Thank you for catching that because that's right. It was not Rodgers on the sneak. It was a tight end. So, Colts, Chargers. In addition to that, New England, Tennessee. I've seen a couple times on ESPN this week.
Yeah.
the phrase, it's been suggested in multiple days that Mike Vrabel is going to go scorched earth on the Titans.
Yeah.
That they will look to run up the score.
Yeah, because Vrabel apparently and the Titans ownership are like, they do not like each other at all. Vrabel was very bitter about how it ended there. He's said that he thought he was going to coach there for the rest of his career. He didn't like how the A.J. Brown thing went down, how ownership sided with GM on that, and then how the firing went. Like, yeah, it sounds like Vrabel. Also, I think Diggs said it himself. Like, Diggs is talking like we helped get me my revenge. We're going to get the coach's revenge now. Like, I think they're going to win by 30. If they want to. If they can win by 30, I think they are going to do exactly what you said.
Mike McCoy, new coach bump not happening. New coach bump could happen.
When's the last time he coached in the league? Has it been 10 years?
2016 is my guess. It's just a loose guess.
That does nothing for me.
Where was he? The Chargers?
Yeah, long time. But how many coaches ago was that?
Before Brandon Staley?
Definitely. Is he before Norv Turner?
No.
Sure? He's before Anthony Lynn. Definitely, I'd tell you that.
He was.
I bet he's at least 4 Charger coaches ago.
Jim Harbaugh. Don't forget Giff Smith for 3 games. Brandon
He's
Staley,
the guy who coached against the Bills.
Anthony Lynn. He was after Norv Turner, before Anthony Lynn.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mike McCoy. All right, so the
Titans and Patriots.
Titans Patriots. Miami and Cleveland.
So that game, the over-under went down from 45.5 to 36.5 in like a day because they're expecting 50 to 60 mile per hour winds.
Yes,
and rain.
The weather we're going to get here is going to be nasty on Sunday.
Yeah.
There it's going to be rainy and windy and warm, 65, but rainy and windy. So that over-under is way down.
Because they're going to be running the ball, and Miami is going to do what? They might hand the ball off to Ollie Gordon all day, honestly.
Yeah. Giants at Broncos is another late game on the CBS slate, and I've seen...
Giants are watchable.
I know, they are. I saw a funny note that the Giants, maybe they have to lose, because if they don't, New York City is going to literally explode with Scatabo dart fever.
Oh, they love it. It's the most fun the Giants have ever been. And now they're talking
since Beckham.
And now they're talking about trading for a number 1 wide receiver. Like, are they going to roll into next year with Jackson Dart, Scatabo, Jalen Waddle, and Malik Neighbors? Because that would be fun.
That'd be fun.
Shouldn't they try to win right now?
Yes.
Like, what's their record? They are 2-4. All right, like, go have a season.
Well,
squeak into the playoffs.
If they win this game, yeah.
And Denver didn't look good against the Jets, so.
No, that's right. Philadelphia at Minnesota. If you like
Carson
anything
Wentz
there.
revenge game.
I don't know why that was so funny, but it kind of
Carson Wentz revenge game.
Carson Wentz revenge game. Philly at Minnesota. New Orleans at Chicago. Listen, the Bears.
New Orleans is going to play. Is going to cover spreads all year, aren't they?
Maybe Rattler is serviceable.
That's why. Yeah.
The Bears. They're in 4th in the AFC North. The Bears are. And
with a winning record
at 3-2.
Yeah,
they go New Orleans, who they could beat.
Yep.
Baltimore,
probably not with Lamar.
If Lamar comes back, we'll see. Then Cincinnati, the Giants, the Vikings, the Steelers.
You know what's happening there in Chicago is Rome Odunze looks unbelievable, like number 1 receiver.
Who could have predicted? Carolina at the Jets. If you want to scout Carolina,
Jets got to win eventually. Carolina can run the ball, it seems.
Yes.
So that's one thing they've got going for them.
Washington at Dallas. Points.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Get ready for
Every
some
Dallas
points.
game's going to be fun.
Dallas can put up points, and Washington's defense is a mess.
And Lamb's back.
Yep. Green Bay at Arizona. I think we're on Jonathan Gannon fire watch.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's been there for 3 years, and they're bad.
Yeah.
And that whole dust up where he
punched the player in the chest.
He got fined $100,000 by his team.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. They're 2-4. Yeah, that could end. They've lost 4 in a row. Also, losing streaks can help.
4-13, 8-9, and now if they lose this one to Green Bay, which they very much could, 2-5.
Yeah,
and that's over. I wonder if it'd be a fun game to play. Bet Kyler Murray's next starting job.
Ooh.
Because the Cardinals here, if they fall to 2-5,
someone will do it.
The Cardinals could lose to anybody, and they have games still coming up against the Packers here, the Seahawks, the Niners, the Jaguars, the Bucks, the Rams, the Texans, the Falcons, the Rams again.
They could get bad quick.
It really could go bad fast. They could finish with 12, 13 losses.
So you got what? Murray departing, and then someone else is...
Yes. Who's going to say, yeah, let's bring him in for, a veteran compete. He's not going to retire. And
unless he wants to go play baseball.
Maybe. I can't imagine a third coach is going to say, like, oh, yeah, I'll do that. Without drafting one additionally.
I wouldn't want that guy as my quarterback. Cleveland maybe would do that with Kyler.
Who would do that?
That's a Cleveland move. Totally a Cleveland move. Right?
I want to find a better answer than that. It might be right. But who do you got? You got like a contender that needs a quarterback going that route? What about like not even contender, just a team that needs what they would sell as a little credibility at the position, like the Raiders once Geno flames out.
Okay. What about Miami?
Okay. I don't mind that.
I could see him in a Dolphin uniform. Yeah, kind of like Miami. We'll go with Miami.
Who am I missing
here? They kick
here?
Tua out and they bring Kyler in.
Anyway, the Sunday night football game this week is Falcons-Niners.
Okay.
And then
Purdy and Kittle supposed to be back for San Francisco, so they're starting to get healthier on offense at least.
Good. And then Monday Night Football, another doubleheader. It's
Bucs-Lions, which is great.
Yep, Bucs-Lions. And then Seahawks-Texans.
Yep.
And also don't forget there's a 9:30 a.m. game, Rams-Jaguars, which looks to be a good London game. So get those lineups in. Did you hear a couple weeks ago, I meant to get the stat on the air, and maybe I didn't, that when the Steelers played in London, whoever they played the Jets?
Yeah.
Okay. When they played the Jets in London, Jaylen Warren was out of that game.
Or wait, are you talking about they played Minnesota and Dublin? That's
Thank
what
you.
it was.
That's the one.
Yeah.
When the Steelers played Minnesota in Dublin, Jaylen Warren missed that game. And Yahoo Sports tweeted out the statistic that Jaylen Warren was active and started in 62% of fantasy football lineups.
Yeah.
Which means...
Because he was a surprise inactive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember to track that early game.
Yes.
62%.
And Puka, right? Isn't Puka dealing with an ankle? Has he already been ruled out?
I don't know.
Because that would be the guy. That would be the guy to track.
It was not looking good. That would mean that you should be playing Devontae Adams everywhere because he gets a lot of targets as it is.
Yeah, watch for Puka. He did not practice yesterday. They have not ruled him out for the week. So, yeah, Puka.
All right. College football schedule this weekend? Any game you're got an eye on?
Yes, I had one, but now it's not coming to mind. What am I thinking
LSU at Vanderbilt, with Vanderbilt ranked 17th?
Yeah, that's not the one I was thinking of, but that's a good one.
Is it Ole Miss, Georgia? Number 5 or
yes.
Tennessee, Alabama?
I like Ole Miss in that
USC,
game.
Notre Dame? You got a couple of good matchups.
Yeah. I don't know if any of these are the ones that
who could forget this big inside the conference rivalry game? Oregon at Rutgers.
Yeah.
Who could forget?
Rutgers about to get pummeled, aren't they? What's the spread in that game? Like 25? Yeah.
All right, we'll get Extendo Sports, and then we'll check out. Be back on Monday. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. If you want to jump on, we'll get a call in Extendo Sports if we have time. Tom, you want to stick with us, we'll get to your call. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. At some point today, we will address Owen the Parlay Killer. Sensitive subject.
You mean 0-7?
0-7?
0-7? You got to change that to your name on your Twitter account.
We get that paper bag ready because I think you should have to wear it all day today.
It really, none of us could have helped him out
by also
being with him. We all had to win ours.
Not only did I win my part of the parlay, you might remember I wanted Jaylen Warren over on rushing attempts. It wouldn't give it to me,
and that happened.
Yes, I went 2 for 2. No, it's like the Sabres on the power play. I went 2 for 1. I got 2 right
for 1.
and was only allowed
you
one
were
pick.
150% last night. Yeah. Or 200%. 200%.
This guy's 0-7.
0-7.
0-7.
He's due. He's so due.
Yeah, he's due like the Washington Generals are due. He's due like the Sabres are due.
Yep. No, I don't even know what to say.
I don't say either.
What's the next Thursday
I
game?
know.
Does he need to be suspended? Maybe is the question.
Yes. 803-0550. 1-888. Sometimes it's a three-way parlay. Sometimes it's a four. He'll kill it either way. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't
He'll
care
find a way.
If he's 1 of 3 or 1 of 4, he's going to come in. He's going to kill it.
No parlay is safe with this guy
That's
around.
right, the parlay killer. He's a stone-cold parlay killer. 803-0550.
Start doing your Vikings-Chargers research already.
You
got 6 days.
Get in
6
there.
days.
You mole.
Yeah.
The context of the AFC, let's do the AFC for a moment here. How much of football and deciding who's good and who's not is about the resume, the benefit of the doubt, the who's done it before? Because I think it's most of it. No one took the Steelers seriously, right? Because why would you?
Because we've seen the same story every single year for 5 years.
I don't know that
8 years.
how many people are taking the Colts seriously. I think
Right.
you might to a degree, but I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Meanwhile,
Definitely.
where are the Chiefs? 3-3. Like, oh, they're great. How are the Bills? Lose 2 in a row. Like, oh, they're going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine. The Chiefs are great. Lamar comes back after the bye. Baltimore is co-favorites to win that division.
Yeah.
Like, you still
have... Actually, I haven't checked this morning. They might be favored.
You still have
honestly.
these 3 teams here that,
They're favored.
regardless of their early struggles in the season, they look like they are, we'll wait to get through this and then get them to the playoff, and those will be the 3 teams we'll be talking about yet again. And for Indy, I mean, what's it going to take? They're going to have to actually knock off one of those 3 teams in a regular season game in the playoffs. It is one of the very interesting games this weekend. It's Colts-Chargers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Yep.
Whoever wins that game, I don't know if they become a little bit more real. The Chargers are battling a lot of injuries. If the Colts win that game, that's a good win for them.
Right, like what's the level of belief from people that it's not just going to be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship again? They're just not going to run it back.
Right.
Because that will happen when you get to playoff time. It doesn't even matter if the Colts are the 1 seed or if they have home field advantage. And Daniel Jones has done this through the whole regular season. When you show up to a playoff game and it's Patrick Mahomes versus Daniel Jones, you're going to believe Patrick Mahomes is going to win that football game.
Yeah.
Or if it's Josh Allen against Daniel Jones, you're going to believe that Josh Allen's going to win that football game. Or Lamar or whoever. And honestly, like the Colts are in this weird space now that maybe they've entered a place where the Bills kind of live, perennially, which is that there's nothing left you can really prove to me in the regular season. You look great, and you could disprove it in the regular season, but you can't go any further on my feeling of you being a contender until I see you do it against the big teams in the playoffs. Both finished second.
All right, Tom's been waiting patiently. We got a call in from Tom in Rochester. Hey, Tom.
Hi, guys. Before I get my point, who's Ole Miss playing? Because that sounded like a fantastic game.
Georgia. There's two really good
Oh, my God.
SEC games. It's Ole Miss, Georgia, and then Alabama is playing Tennessee, and they're both like top 10 or top 11.
Awesome, because Ole Miss is undefeated, so they're in like new territory there. Anyways, here was my point, and I'll try to make it quick. I think if I'm a head coach, and you have to think both strategically, long term, and you got to think, tactically during the game, right? And so who knows why? McDermott puts in, younger players to develop them, even though it might not be best for that particular game, whatever. So who knows why he's not playing Kincaid as many snaps, or he's playing as Kincaid as many snaps as he is, or if Cook as many snaps as he is. In other words, is he doing the LeBron thing like I can't play him all game long because when it really matters, I'm going to have a tired guy? And I think there might be you could probably find enough information, enough data to suggest to make a good argument that McDermott, strategically long-term, has done well. I would actually make an argument tactically he's not well. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, the point I called up for was, even though I truly believe, it's going to be hard to get somebody out of house to help this offense, and I also truly believe, I think what Joe said, that you got to get Cook and Kincaid more snaps. You got to. I don't like the idea of funneling them the ball in a sense where they were funneling Diggs the ball, and you basically were playing with, 50% of what Josh Allen was capable of, and I think he was less a quarterback. And so my whole point was, while I agree that you want to you want your best players out there, obviously, I'm a little bit concerned with the
So
idea.
if they're open, you don't want him to throw the ball because it'll be too many targets? Is that the point?
No, if they're open, of course
they're
I want
open.
them to throw the ball.
But that's why
they're open.
Of course.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay,
We get.
fair enough.
Thanks for the phone call. We got to get to a break.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we got next week.
We got time.
Call back next week. We can talk about that as well. Yeah, I think one of the biggest PR campaigns ever is the idea that they forced the ball to Diggs. He was just open. And think of it. The second best receiver on the team, the entire time he was here, no one is active in the league. No one. And he still is. And he's still getting 100-yard games.
Until they call Gabe Davis.
Until Gabe Davis is activated. And,
right.
I just think forcing the ball, targets are earned. It's not a coincidence. Targets are earned. Targets mean catches. Catches mean money. Money means targets. Money means it's earned. It's a meritocracy. And Diggs they forced the ball to Keon Coleman more than they ever forced it to Diggs.
Yep.
Coleman is not open, and they are throwing it to him on purpose. Here, do it. It's not happening as much, but those throws are forced. And when they forced it to Diggs a lot, it worked. So anyway, water under the bridge. Have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy the weekend off of the Bills. Deep breaths. We're back.
Premier League back, too.
Premier League back.
Enjoy that.
Arsenal's run to the title continues. Very excited about that. Top of the table. You've got Manchester United. Liverpool.
Easy work.
Let's hope.
Manchester
Here you go, Owen. You've been taking L's since the day you made that decision. Really,
This
that's
all
what
is,
this is.
It stems from that.
Since you picked Manchester United as your team, you've been just
Everything's
taking
going poorly.
just L's all over the place. All right, everybody. Be good, be safe. We'll see you on Monday.